Racing will commence in 2 minutes.
Two-minute warning. 9 o'clock start. I'll announce the skaters in one moment. We're about to start the 1,000-meter women's race, 25 pairings. In the first pairing from Korea, starting in the inside lane, Kim Kyung-ju. And in the outer lane, also from Korea, Kim Lee-ah. Good luck, ladies.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we are off today, day 2 of the 2022 Fall Classic, kicking it off the first of 25 pairings with 2 Koreans kicking off the 1,000 meters. It's 2.5 laps around the 400-meter oval. The first 200 meters, Kim Kyung-ju in at 18:82 and Kim Lee-ah in at 19:01. After the opening 200 meters, it's 2 full laps after that. With less than 300 meters to go, we have a pair of Kims on the ice from Korea, very evenly matched. And when I'm announcing the Korean names, I will always announce their last name first and their first name last. Thankfully, it's a language that is easier to announce and pronounce because I can do it phonetically. Here come both Kims across the finish line for a season's best for Kim Kyung-ju at 1:19.89 and 1:20.53 for a personal best for Kim Lee-ah. PB, personal best for Kim Lee-ah. We now move to the second pairing, starting in the inside lane from Korea, Pak Chun-un. And in the outer lane from Alberta and also a Canadian Olympian, Brooklyn McDougall.
Go to the start. Ready.
If you've just joined us, this is the 1,000-meter women's race in the Fall Classic, live from Calgary, Alberta, in the illustrious Calgary Olympic Oval, the opening 200 meters. I'll get the times shortly for you. Pak tune in wearing the white armband. Brooklyn McDougall wearing the red armband. What lane they start in, what lane they start in will be the lane they finish in. They look very evenly matched. I don't have any split times for you in this race at this point. See the coaches giving him their lap time and also some encouragement as they make the final turn. And they're going to finish off right in the middle of the 400-meter track. And I don't have times for you right now. 1:18:54. It looks like very close and evenly matched. I'll be back to you on McDougall's times and Pak's times in a moment. Going pairing number 3. Again, 2 Koreans. Starting in the inside lane, an Olympian, Kim Min-sun. And in the outer lane, also from Korea, Kim Min-ji.
Go to the start. Ready.
Kim Min-sun in the inner lane wearing the white armband. That's how you can tell the difference between the skaters, because looks like the Korean skaters are wearing very similar skin suits. Some are in their show in English, other in their language. Kim Min-sun has been an Olympian. Kim Min-ji, she has a personal best of around 118. And Kim Min-sun around 114. So we would expect Min-sun to cross the line first. And Kim Min-sun, she will finish in the lane that she started with. Same with Min-ji. So now you can see on the webcast that they're coming down the back stretch, heading for the straightaway. And it would be no surprise that Kim Min-sun, who has a personal best of around 114, will cross the line first and does so with a season's best of 116.42. And Kim Min-ji in at 119.06. We now move to the 4th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Haley Bell. And in the outer lane from Korea, Kim Min-jo.
Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, there I go again, announcing 2 skaters when only one went to the line. So Kim Min-jo is not racing this race, but Haley Bell is. And she does with an opener of 200 meters of 19.34. So this is Haley Bell's ice surface. 400 meters, 2.5 times around. (1,000-meter race, 2.5 laps around. Haley Bell's made the final turn and crosses the line at a time of 121.90, and that is a season's best for Haley Bell. We now move to the 5th pairing, starting in the inside lane from Norway, Karina Jagtuyen. And in the outer lane, from Alberta, Caitlin Pelkey.
Go to the start. Ready.
All start. Starter Blair Toblin didn't like something at the line, so we're going to do it again.
False start. Inner lane. Hold a stable position. Go to the start. Ready.
We have a good clean start for the second start of this race. Everybody wants a clean start, the starters, the athletes, the coaches. You can see in the foreground at the start, Kevin Crockett, who coaches Caitlin Pelkey, giving some encouragement, telling her to stay very, very low. We have a Norwegian on the ice, ladies and gentlemen, and we have a Canadian. Jagtuyen's opening 200 meters is 18.74, and Pelkey at 19.98. Both of these skaters have some fairly evenly matched personal bests, just around the 120 mark. Let's see if that holds, or let's see if there's a bit of a gap between these skaters when they cross the line. You look down the backstretch, you see both coaches encouraging the racers and giving them their lap times. That's intel for the racer to give them an indication of just how fast they're going. So Karina Jagtuyen is going to round the corner first and cross the line first. And she's going to do so with a time of 1:19.82, and she bests her personal best. A personal best for Karina Jagtuyen, 1:19.82. Pelkey for a season's best at 1:23.06. We now move to the sixth pairing, starting in the inside lane from Korea, Lee Ji-ing. And starting in the outer lane from Alberta, Molly Johnson.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off and running for the sixth pairing with Lee Ji-ing and Molly Johnson. Their opening, Ji-ing, is 18.94 and Molly Johnson 20.89. I'm going to go back to pairing number two. While these athletes probably know their times, I'm going to let everybody know on the webcast in the oval. It was Pak Cha-ing, and her time was 1:18.64. And Brooklyn McDougall came in at 1:18.53. Very close race indeed. Out of the back stretch and into the corner is Ji-ing. And she's going to cross the line first, and she does so with a time of 1:21.68. She's going to be happy with that. That's a personal best. 1:21.68. Molly Johnson, 1:26.58 for a season's best. We now move to the seventh pairing in the women's 1,000 meters, starting in the inside lane from Korea, Nam Ah-won. And starting in the outer lane from Alberta, Zoe Luters.
Go to the start. Ready.
We're off and running on pair 7 of 25. Nam A1 from Korea and Zoe Luters from Alberta. Nam's opening 200 meters is 19.06. Luters in at 28.36. You see the Korean coach giving Nam encouragement, and Kevin Crockett, the coach for Zoe Luters. It looks like a number of his skaters are skating today. Molly Johnson, Caitlin Pelkey, Haley Bell are all coached by Kevin Crockett. An excellent speed skater in his day and also an excellent coach as well. Right here in Calgary. On the screen, you see them head down the backstretch, getting the encouragement that they need and also the intel about their lap time. They come out of the final turn and they don't go all the way to the end. The end of the race is in the middle of the ice. And Namya 1 crosses the line at 1:20.58 and Zoe Luters at 1:23.98. Both of those ladies a season's best. We now move to the 8th pairing, starting in the inside lane, representing Manitoba, Sophia Bieber. Starting in the outside lane from Korea, Kim Min-hee.
Go to the start. Ready.
We have a Korean and a Canadian on the ice. Sophia Bieber from Canada, from Manitoba. Kim Min-hee from Korea. Kim's opening 200 meters is 18.91. Bieber's at 19.78. You see the Korean coach, whose name I do not know, and many of them don't speak English, and then Bieber's coach, Coach Alex Moretz. On the backstretch, in the coach's box. A very important role in a speed skater's life. Kim has a personal best of just over 1 minute 20 seconds. Bieber's personal best is around 1:21. It's early for personal bests. All kinds of season's best will occur because in many cases these are the very first races for these skaters. Kim Min-hee crosses the line at a 1:20.75, 1:20.75 for a season's best. Bieber crosses the line at 1:23.26 for a season's best as well. We now move to the 9th pairing, starting in the inside lane from Korea, Kim Hee-jin. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Mila Reben.
Go to the start. Ready.
Well, in this pairing, there's only one, if you can call one in a pairing. No Mila Reben, so it's Kim Hee-jin all by herself for this 1,000-meter race, 2 1/2 laps around the 400-meter oval. She has an opening time of 19.18, about 9th so far, the 9th fastest 200 meters. It's hard for these skaters to skate all by themselves. I mean, they're competitive and they're driven, but having that extra skater skate with them, it pushes them to even faster times. However, it sometimes happens that we have only one skater arrive to the start line. There could be various reasons for them not to make the call. So here comes Kim Hee-jin, and she's going to cross the line with a time of 1:20.84, 1:20.84, and that's a personal best. So if her family's watching from Korea, it's actually Sunday there, Sunday morning, and there you go. Congratulations, Kim Hee-jin. In the 10th pairing, I do see two skaters now on the screen. From the inside lane, from Korea, Jung Wee Dan. And in the outer lane, from Manitoba, Skylar Van Horn.
Go to the start. Ready.
If you've just joined us on the webcast, we are live from Calgary, Alberta in the Calgary Olympic Oval, 1,000 meter women's race. This is the 10th pairing. We have a Korean and a Canadian on the ice. Jung Wee Dan with an opener of 18.68. Skylar Van Horn, 20.49. 202 skaters in the Fall Classic. 85 females, the rest males. We have a Korean contingent of almost 60 skaters strong that have been in Canada for quite some time, training here at the Oval. Canada and Calgary and the Oval has always been a gracious host for international contingents, and they continue to do so. And you're seeing some progress being made in the times because there's a lot of personal bests being made by the Koreans. Jung Wee Dan, speaking of personal best, 1:19.57 for Jung, and Skylar Van Horn, 1:25.35 for a season's best.
Brad, he said he was going to talk to Greg.
We're now moving to the 11th pairing of 25 in the women's 1,000 meters. I'm hoping two skaters are on the line. I see one and I see two. In the inside lane from Ontario, Rachel Mallard. And starting in the outside lane from Korea, Hwang Sa-yoon.
Go to the start. Ready.
The opening 200 meters for Hwang is 19.65 and Mallard at 20.78. I was talking earlier about the Korean contingent. I think there are 59 skaters. I was at the coaches meeting on Thursday night, and there must have been at least 10 Korean coaches there. So there's a very large coaching contingent as well. The training must be working because we are seeing, as I mentioned earlier, quite a few personal bests. But whatever they're doing is working. So crossing the line first is Wang Sa-yoon with a personal best. There you go, at 1:24.02. Rachel Mallard at 1:26.46 for a season's best for Rachel. We are now moved to the 12th pairing, starting in the inside lane, representing Manitoba, Robin Solly. And in the outer lane, from Alberta, Isabelle Champagne.
Coach, move back, please. Coaches. Go to the start. Ready.
So in this pairing, we've got Robin Solly and Isabelle Champagne, and unfortunately Isabelle has fallen and is getting back up. Solly has an opening time of 20.58. 20.58. And is Isabelle going to finish? I don't think so. That's unfortunate for Isabelle because it's her birthday today. So I'm going to acknowledge you, Isabelle, by wishing you a happy birthday. And I'm sure a number of your family members are watching, and perhaps even some friends. But regardless of the outcome of this race, because there are many others, it happens. Falling happens in the sport. That's why they call it speed skating. It's a game of speed. It's a sport of speed. Robin Solly crosses the line at 1:27.24. 1:27.24 for Robin Solly. And Isabelle will finish the race. So the good news about that is that she's not hurt. The time really is irrelevant, but I'll mention it anyway. 1:53.58. Sorry to hear that you fell, Isabelle, but we wish you a happy birthday up here from the timing deck. So we're 12 pairings in of 25. We're about to watch the 13th pairing. In the inner lane, from Saskatchewan, Serena Dallaire. And in the outer lane, from Alberta, Tatiana Defleck.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off and running on the 13th pairing. These are two very evenly matched skaters in terms of their personal bests. Dallaire from Saskatchewan and De Vlieg from Alberta. Up here in the timing deck, we have Father Dallaire. Mike Dallaire's on the photo finish. Speed skating dad and volunteer today in the timing deck. Speaking of volunteers, we got lots of them, and you need lots of them in order to put on a meet like this. Shout out to the timing computer Don Brown and Leslie Cassidy. And I mentioned Mike Dallaire on the photo finish. Tarek Adelman, or Adelman, I guess is the best way to pronounce it. He's on the video and the webcast. Sigrid Schmitz on the bell. And the Sky Guy, me. These are the volunteers. I'm going to talk more about the staff later, so let's go back to the race. Serena Dallaire from Saskatchewan and Tatiana De Vlieg are on the ice right now, and it looks like Dallaire is going to cross the line first. Fairly evenly matched skaters, and she has a personal best of 126.16, and De Vlieg in at 128.24. Serena Dallaire, PB, 126.16. Get your name on a ping pong ball and get it in that sphere. We now move to the 14th pairing. Both skaters are there in the inside lane from Korea, No Yoon Woo. And in the outer lane, representing Manitoba, Lindsay Smart.
Coaches, move back, please. Go to the start. Ready.
No Yoon Woo from Korea and Lindsay Smart from Manitoba, Canada are on the ice right now in the 14th pairing. Hello to the Smart family watching back home in Manitoba. Lindsay is part of 9 skaters from Manitoba that have traveled from Manitoba to this meet. There's 15 in total if you include the Manitobans that are part of the Oval program. The white armband is for the racer that starts in the inside lane, and because it's the 1,000 meter, what lane they start in is the lane they finish in. The red armband is for the skater that starts in the outer lane. That's when there's one pair. When there's quartets, we use the blue and the yellow armbands, and we're going to have a lot of quartets this afternoon. They both round the final corner. No is going to cross the line first, and she does so at a time of 1:27.04. 1:27.04, and Smart crosses the line at 1:28.17 for a season's best for Smart, and No, a personal best. Congratulations, ladies. We now move to the 15th pairing, starting in the inside lane and ending in the inside lane from Ontario, Daria Voigt. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Maya Kemp.
Go to the start. Ready.
False start. Starter Blair Toblin didn't like what he saw. We're going to do it again.
False start. Outer lane. Going down too slow. Go to the start. Ready.
Daria Voigt from Ontario, Maya Kemp from Manitoba on the ice right now. Voigt's opening 200 meters, 21.63. Maya Kemp at 22 seconds even. I just want to give an acknowledgement to our medics from Ken West. We have two of them. You cannot hold a speed skating meet, a sanctioned meet, without medics in the building. They're needed. Well, they're needed if they're needed. Let's hope they aren't. But we have the building is north and south. The oval is north and south elongated. So at the north end we have Olivia Belsham, and in the south end, Kevin Dobek. A big shout out to Olivia and Kevin, who I met and often meet the medics when they're here. They're very important, and we want them to do absolutely nothing. But if something is needed, they're right there. So welcome Olivia and welcome Kevin. Now back to the race at hand. Both skaters rounding their final corner. Maya Kemp is going to cross the line first, and she does so with a time of 1:31.14 for a season's best, and Daria Voigt a time of 1:32.22 also for a season's best. We now move to the 16th pairing, starting in the inside lane, representing Saskatchewan, Sophia Dvorak. And I don't see another skater.
Ready.
Sophia Dvorak is skating by herself. Elise Perpeach was to be there but did not show. So all by herself. Her opening 200 meters is 21.49. This will give me an opportunity to talk a little bit about the Fall Classic as it relates to the Oval Classic Series. It's the Olympic Oval Classic Series, newly created, 4 meets packaged together, 4 categories of age groups, and every competitor gets points. At least the first 40, I believe, all get some points, but obviously the faster you skate, the more points you get. And those points are accumulated over the 4 meets, and if somebody competes in all 4 meets, which is the Summer Classic, which has happened, the Fall Classic, which is happening right now, Oktoberfest 1 month from now, and then the Winter Classic, which is, I believe, the first weekend of February. You can take the best 3 meets of points out of 4 if somebody competes in all 4. It's rare that some will compete with, many will compete with 3 of the 4, so that's why they did that, just to make it fair. Sophia Dvorak crosses the line with a season's best of 1:30.41. Let's go to the next pairing, and I'll talk more about the Classic Series. Competitions within a competition. 2 skaters on the line. The 17th pairing, representing British Columbia in the inside lane, Hannah North. And in the outer lane, from Ontario, Sarah Murray.
Go to the start. Ready.
So at each of these meets, not only are the athletes accumulating points for an overall tabulation and awards to be given out at the Winter Classic, but also each meet will have winners, and they get a prize for each winner in each category. So we have winners in the 1,500 meters because there's only one 1,500 meter race. But we have yet to hand out any other awards in any other races because there's 2 500s, there's 2 1,000s, and then we've got the 3,000 and 5,000 this afternoon, and then the always fun NASCAR on ice mass starts tomorrow afternoon. So, the brainchild of the Olympic Oval Classic Series is a good one because it's a competition within competition. And it also measures the athlete's progress throughout the speed skating season. So we watch these two skaters, Hannah North and Sarah Murray, as they head down the backstretch in the final corner number 2, the south end of the oval. They look very evenly matched. Looks like North may cross the line first, and she does. With a time of 1:30.64, Hannah North 1:30.64 and a personal best. Sarah Murray 1:30.87, and that's also a personal best for Sarah. Congratulations, ladies. We now move to the 18th pairing. Starting in the inside lane, representing Manitoba, Antonia Via. And in the outer lane, from Korea, Min Ka Rum.
Go to the start. Ready. False start, inner lane, crossing the line. Go to the start. Ready.
Antonia Via from Manitoba, Min Ka Rum from Korea, a Canadian and a Korean on the ice right now, the 1,000 meter women's. This is pair 18 of 25, as you can see on the screen. Both of these skaters have fairly close personal bests. Their openers, although, are almost about a second and a half apart. So let's see how this shapes up. Don't know when these personal bests were achieved. Min Ka Rum opening 200 meters is 20.56. Antonio Villa at 22.01. Many of these skaters, and I don't know what percentage, is their first race of the year. Those skaters that have skated in the Summer Classic or in time trials will have an edge on those skating the oval for the very first time. So you can see a difference in the progress. And so in some cases, you know, with their first meet, it's really to work out their nerves and iron out the cobwebs and just find out where they're at. But this will be the slowest times of all these skaters because they will only get faster from here. And Min Ka Rum with a personal best of 129.8. 129.8, and Antonio Villa 133.82. 133.82. We now move to the 19th pairing. I see two skaters on the screen representing Manitoba in the inside lane to start, Rachel Spritzens. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Aaron Padbury.
Coach, move back, please. Go to the start. Ready.
Rachel Spritzens and Aaron Padbury on the ice right now. Spritzens starting in the inside lane and will finish in the inside lane, and Padbury will start and finish in the outside lane. You'll notice the graphics. If you're watching at home on the webcast, you'll see the graphics at the very beginning of the race. It gives information, more information about the skater. obviously their name. The headshots are looking great for those skaters that get their picture taken. Loving the headshots. So you get an actual picture to see what the skater looks like, because honest to goodness, when these kids wear their skin suits, I can't tell any of them apart for the most part. So you get an actual human picture. You get to see their personal best and season's best if they've achieved them. And you will also get to see their category of age. Now, there are 4 categories for the Oval Classic Series. There are 2 juniors, a neo-senior, and a senior. First junior is 14 to 15. The second junior is 16 to 18. Rachel Spritzens and Aaron Padbury are in the 16 to 18 category. You have the neo-senior category. That's 19 to 23, and then the 23 plus, which is the senior. So you get that information on the graphics. Gives you a little bit more intel. Rachel Spritzen is going to cross the finish line first with a season's best of 1:37.45, and Aaron Padbury at 1:40.70. In the next pairing, we have the Battle of British Columbia. Not really, but they're both from British Columbia. Starting in the inside lane, Sarah Hansen, and starting in the outside lane, Cheyenne Key.
Go to the start. Ready.
Both of these skaters are wearing the British Columbia identical skin suits. So how do you tell them apart? By the color of their armbands. Hansen is in the white armband. Key is in the red armband. Hansen's opening 200 meters is 23.36. Cheyenne Key's in at 23.83. The Fall Classic here in Calgary, Alberta. 202 skaters, 6 countries being represented. From all the athletes that I've been talking to and all the coaches, they are really considering this meet as a form of training. A lot of the elite athletes, and they're always in the earlier pairings, they use this as training. What coaches and athletes talk about is a form of tapering. What they'll do is they'll wind down their training as they get closer to an event, so they're not tired. So they're basically chomping at the bit at the start line, ready to race when it's time to race. Many of them right now are in the middle of their training programs. So we have season's best for 2 skaters that are very similar in speed. 1:43.14 for Sarah Hansen and 1:43.77 for Cheyenne Key, both skaters from British Columbia. We now move to the 21st pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Denise Wessling. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Megan Smith.
Go to the start. Ready.
This is the 21st pairing of 25, Megan Smith and Denise Wessling on the ice right now. Megan Smith's opening 200 meters, 23.08. Denise Wessling, 24.84. One of the areas that is helpful for me to communicate to you on the webcast especially is knowing a little bit about the skaters. I have an advantage for the Manitoba skaters because I am from Manitoba and I know all of them. As I get to know the athletes, I can tell more stories. I've got a few things I want to share this afternoon as the races get longer, the 3,000 and 5,000. But Megan Smith is an interesting story because she is a transfer athlete. She played ringette for years, and at the age of 20, walked in to a speed skating training event, or maybe contacted Speed Skating Manitoba, and then showed up at an event, or rather a training event, and said, I'd love to learn how to speed skate. And she's 18 months into it, maybe not even. And here's a woman, relatively late relative to other skaters, has found a passion for this beautiful sport. That doesn't happen that often. A tremendous addition to Speed Skating Manitoba, both on and off the ice. So the Smith family, you've got quite a gem there. And Megan Smith, who crosses the line with a personal best of 139.79. Denise Westling at 146.90 with a season's best. We now move to the 22nd pairing. 4 more pairings to go before we have an ice resurfacing. I'm hoping to see 2 skaters on the screen, and I do, starting in the inside lane from British Columbia, Maria Hansen. And in the outer lane from
Coaches,
Alberta, Sophia Major.
Go to the start. Ready.
The 22nd of 25 pairings. Let's have a look at their 200 meters. Maria Hansen in at 22.31. Sophia Major in at 23.16. And I say in because that's their 200 meter opener. And now 2 full laps after that. Once the women's 1,000 meter race is complete, we'll have an ice resurfacing, and then we'll be back here at 10:20 Calgary time. That's 1:20 Korea time Sunday, and or 2:20 if you're in Australia. And we'll have the men's 1,000 meter race. There'll be 34 pairings in that. Maria Hansen crosses the line at a time of 1:34.92 with a personal best. And Sophia Major crosses the line at 1:37.95 for another personal best. 2 PBs, Hansen and Major. Congratulations. Make sure you put your name on a ping pong ball and get it in that sphere. Let's build up that sphere. We now move to the 23rd pairing from the inside lane. From Saskatchewan, Melissa Skutchings. And from Alberta, starting in the outside lane, Julianne Lazare.
Go to the start. Ready.
Skutching from Saskatchewan, Lazare from Alberta. Melissa's opening 200 meters, 23.27. Julianne, 23.58. A great picture on the backstretch of the coaches encouraging the skaters, giving them their lap times, but you also get a taste of just how shiny, how flat, how beautiful that glass finish ice looks. A tremendous amount of preparation goes into the ice. And the Calgary Oval staff, led by Mark Messer, the Grand Ice Master, as he's been called, the Ice Master, has been at the ice making business probably since 1983 when they first put the ice in the Saddle Dome, and then here in 1987 when this grand old Olympic Oval was built. 6 Olympics later is where he's been at. He's assisted the ice making all over the world, and his intel and his whole staff has been exported to other countries. And he's admittedly learned on the fly. More on the ice throughout the day. Let's have a look at Melissa Scutching. She crosses the line with a personal best of 1:42.85, and Julianne Lazari at 1:45.89. It's ping pong ball time for Scutchings and Lazari. 1:42.85 and 1:45.89 PBs for these two young ladies. The 24th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Sophia Cross. And starting in the outside lane, also from Alberta, Claire Fenton.
Go to the start. Ready.
Sophia Cross from Alberta, as well Claire Fenton. Fenton's opening at 200 meters is 23.49. Cross in at 25.01. Back to the ice that these skaters are skating on. Speed skates, unlike hockey skates, which are rounded, hockey skates have an arc or a rocker. Speed skates are flat. And so the only way that you can hold an edge is you have to angle your feet. Anytime the skate blade is flat, you simply slide along the ice. So they make this ice cold, hard, and smooth. It looks like they're skating basically on glass. And in order for that to be effective, they always have to have an edge on the ice. And speed skating looks easier than it actually is. I know that to be true because I have a pair of speed skates and I've tried it and I'm still working on crossing over on the corners. It's very difficult. Try it sometime. It's 15, 16, 17 inches of blade versus 12 inches of a hockey skate. Very, very different. But look at that ice. It's beautiful. And we're going to clean that up here after the final pairing. So Claire Fenton crosses the line first at 1:43.58 with a personal best, and so does Sophia Cross with a personal best of 1:49.07. We go to the final pairing. There should be one skater in this pairing, starting and finishing in the inside lane from Alberta, Pravnor Gruel.
Go to the start. Ready.
So Pravnor Gruel's opening at 200 meters is 22:43. This will be the last pairing in this group. We'll take a break at 10:20. We'll be back. after the ice resurfacing. Speaking of ice, I've been talking a little bit about it. So it's a 400-meter oval, and it's 13 meters wide, and the ice is about 2.5 to 3 meters thick. I think I was talking about the temperatures inside the oval, but I might have mistakenly given you the ice temperatures. It's about 13 degrees. It feels a bit cooler in here today, maybe 12, 13 degrees. Might be warmer, well, certainly warmer outside, but the ideal temperature for speed skating ice is somewhere between -5 and -9. And they work hard at making sure this ice is even. It looks like a glass finish. Honest to goodness, it does. And it's a harder ice than, let's say, hockey ice or short track ice because there's more straightaways, and the straightaways allow you to get more speed from the speed skaters. And Prabner Gruel crosses the line, the 1,000 meters, and she does so at a time that I don't quite have just yet. Sorry about that, Prabner. We're going to get that for you. So that concludes the 1,000 meters women's. We're going to do it all over again tomorrow for those women that are racing. There's 2 500s in this meet, 2 1,000s, 1 1,500, a 3,000 and a 5,000, and they're this afternoon in quartets. So it'll be a bit of an organized chaos on the ice. 4 skaters, 4 coaches sometimes. So it's going to be fun, fun, fun. And then tomorrow we have the mass start. So I'm going to sign off for the next 20 minutes on the webcast. I'll play some music inside the oval. Thanks for watching. Provide some feedback on the webcast. We're doing our best here to add some personality to in the background for you throughout your day while you watch your loved one's race. Talk to you in 20 minutes.
2-minute warning. Test shot, test shot.
There are 34 pairings in the men's 1,000-meter race. I'll introduce the first pairing now and turn it over to starter Mark Poulin. In pairing number 1, starting in the inside lane from Japan, Takamasi Akita. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Anders Johnson. Good luck, gentlemen.
Go to the start. Ready.
Welcome back to the 2022 Fall Classic. We're now entering the 1,000-meter men's race. This is the first pairing. We are about to see some very fast skaters, and you're seeing them right now. Takamasi's opener, 17 seconds even. Johnson in at 17:13. Both of these skaters have personal bests 3 100-seconds apart. 109.70 and 109.73. Takamasi, obviously in the white armband, but also in the white and blue skin suit, and Anders Johnson in the Canadian skin suit, the black and red colors. Takamasi is going to cross the finish line first, and let's see how he makes out. He does so at a time of 109.68. He's going to be happy with that. That is a personal best. That is a personal best by 2 100ths of a second. Congratulations, Akita. Anders Johnson at a season best of 113.01. That's his first 1,000-meter race of the season. We now move to the second pairing. Both Canadian skaters. Starting in the inside lane from Ontario, Vincent Dehatra. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Frank Roth.
Go to the start. Ready.
Vincent Dehatra's personal best is just under 107, 106.7. Frank Roth, 108.83. We're going to see some fast openers here, and you can see them on the screen. Roth's opener at 16.77. Dehatra in at 16.83. Vincent Dehatra is racing as a senior, over 23 years of age, and Frank Roth is a neo-senior between the ages of 19 and 23 for the categories of the Olympic Classic Series. These skaters are ripping around the ice, getting encouragement by the coaches. Speaking of coaches, Bart Schouten and Will Dutton are coaching down the backstretch. Let's see how the Hathra cross a line at a 108.08, 108.08 for Vincent. And Frank Roth, 109.43. Season's best for both. We now move to the third pairing. A pair of Canadians and a pair of Olympians starting in the inside lane. From Alberta, a Canadian Olympian, Connor Howe. Starting in the outer lane. From Manitoba and also a Canadian Olympian, Tyson Langlar.
Go to the start. Ready.
Connor Howe was fifth, I believe, in the 500 meters in Beijing. Both of these skaters are very, very fast. Tyson skated in the 1,500 meters. I think he was 22nd over in Beijing. Let's have a look at their opening 200 meters. Howe's at 17.25, Langlar in at 17.33. These skaters are right in the middle of their training programs. So this event will be used as part of a training program. Bart Schouten and Will Dutton are the coaches for these two skaters, as they are for Vincent de Hatra and Frank Roth. They come out the final corner, and here comes Howe. He's going to cross the line first, and he does so with a season's best of 108.34. 108.34. Langlar in at 109.11. Season's best for Tyson as well. We now move to the fourth pairing. Starting in the inside lane from Korea, Lee Byung-hun. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Ryan Gibson.
Go to the start. Ready.
Both of these skaters, E and Gibson, have very similar personal bests. I don't expect the personal best to fall today, but if it does, that would be awesome. Let's have a look at their openers. 1684, I love when that happens. 1684 for both. Third fastest opener in the 1,000 meters so far in the four pairings that we have. "34 pairings in total. We'll have an ice resurfacing after the 20th. These skaters are going to be very close, as they are after the opening 600 meters. They're basically 4/100ths of a second apart. Gibson started in the outer. He'll finish in the outer. It looks like he's going to cross the line first as he comes out of the corner. It's going to be very close. The tip of his skate crosses a line with a personal best for Ryan Gibson, 110.58. A personal best falls. 110.58, Ryan Gibson. Lee Byung-hun, 111.35 for a season's best. We now move to the fifth pairing. Starting in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Marc-André Doyon. And in the outer lane from Korea, Kim Kyung-rae.
Go to the start. Ready.
False start. We're going to do it again. Something that the starter didn't like. So let's do it again.
False start, outer lane. Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, good clean start. The starter is Blair Toblin. Looks like he's doing the 1,000 meter men's too. He did the 1,000 meter women's. So, Marc-Andre Doyon from Saskatchewan. He's in the white armband. His opening time, 16.97 in the 200 meters. Kim Kyung-rae at 16.85. Very quick times indeed. Let's see how they make out. Kim's personal best is around a 111. Doyon is around 107. But depending on where they are in their training cycle and how many races they've had so far, that will depend on, of course, their times. The coach for Marc-Andre is Mike Ireland, the legendary Mike Ireland. Was an amazing skater in his day. I'll talk more about Mike later this afternoon, but crossing the line with a personal best is Kim Kyung-rae, 110.61, 110.61 for a PB. Marc-Andre Doyon, 110.99, and that is the season's best for Marc-Andre. We now move to the sixth pairing. We have a Norwegian on the ice. He'll start in the inside lane. Say hello to Eric Roussel. And in the outer lane from Canada, from British Columbia, Joshua Tellison.
Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, we have a false start. We're going to do that again. Starter Toblin didn't like something on the line.
False start, outer lane. Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, we are in the sixth pairing of 34 pairings. If you've just joined us, we're in the men's 1,000 meters. We always talk about the opening 200 meters. And then after that, it's 2 full laps around the 400-meter track. Eric Roussel with a blistering 200-meter opener, 16.8, second fastest opener. Joshua Tellison in at 17.06. I said earlier that I thought the starter was Blair Toblin. That's incorrect. It's Andrew Cross making a guest appearance today. Starter Andrew Cross. Good clean starts is what starters, athletes, coaches, we all want. But we want fair starts, and that's the job of the starter. Andrew, along with Brad Bates and Blair Toblin and Mark Poulin, are excellent starters and officials. We've got Norwegian Eric Roussel and Joshua Tellison crossing the line at a very close race. Wow. Joshua Tellison at 110.40. He'll be happy with that because that's a personal best, Joshua. And Eric Russell from Norway, 1:10.57. He'll be happy with that too. Personal best, and Russell gets a, rather Tellison gets a thumbs up from Coach Mike Ireland. Way to go, gentlemen. Fill out your ping pong ball. Pair number 7. In the inside lane from Alberta, Hobbs Holzer. And in the outer lane from Korea, Pak Sun-young.
Go to the start. Ready.
Hobbs Holzer has the white armband on, and he has an opener of 17.69. Pak Sung-hyung has the red armband and an opener of 16.94. But if you don't want to look at the armbands, Hobbs is wearing the blue suit, and Pak is wearing not the blue suit, the red suit basically, the red and basically the navy bottom. All kinds of skin suits. Most of them represent their country or their province where they're from, but there's some really cool skin suits that some of the skaters wear. We love Takamasi Zakita's suit. It's really, really cool. Hobbs Holzer, Pak Sung-hyung is on the line, is on the ice, I should say, and Pak is going to cross the line first, and he does so with the season's best of 1:11.23, and Hobbs Holzer at 1:12.84. I see two skaters in the screen, so let me introduce them. The 8th pairing in the inside lane from Korea, Kim Young-jin. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Matthias Bathe.
Go to the start. Ready.
Kim Young-jin, opener is 16.9. Matthias Bathe, 17.72. Matthias Bathe from Alberta. Kim Young-jin from Korea. These skaters are fast. They're clocking some very, very fast competitive times. But as I've said many times, and I'll keep saying it, to develop a full appreciation for the sport, come down to ice level and watch these skaters skate past you as fast as a car down a main street in any town or city. 60 plus kilometers an hour they're going, these sprinters. They are fast. Some streets they'd actually get a speeding ticket. Crossing the line first is Bathe at a time of 1:11.74. Matthias Bathe at 1:11.74. Kim Young-jin at 1:12.71. There's the season's best.
Test. Blair, test.
A Canadian and a Korean in the next pairing again, in the 9th pairing, starting in the inside lane from Ontario, Matthew Laxton. And in the outer lane from Korea, Jung Sa-jin.
Go to the start. Ready.
Starters switching up. It looks like starter Brad Bates didn't like something in one of the skaters, so we're going to do it again.
False start, inner lane, not stable, back arm. Go to the start. Ready.
Second race is the second start, rather, of this race is well underway. Very closely matched skaters. Matthew Laxton's opening 200 meters is 17.6. Jang Sa-jin in at 17.4.
Blair.
Jang Sa-jin is part of a Korean contingent that has been training in Calgary for some time. I think they were out through the summer as well. Seems to be making a difference because they've been doing a lot of racing and a lot of personal bests have been following. They're basically getting ahead of other skaters in terms of their training. Season's best time for Matthew Laxton, 1:12.67. For Jung, 1:14.19. I see one skater on the line. Do I see two? Yes, I do. The 10th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Max Poulin. And in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Zachary Lacroix.
Go to the start. Ready.
Two Albertans on the ice, Max Poulin and Zachary Lacroix. Let's check their opening 200 meters. Lacroix in at 17.43, Max Poulin 17.82. Let's give a big shout out to Max Poulin, who won the Canadian Junior Overall Championship back in March. He's been skating for a number of years, loves it. His father is a volunteer and is very passionate about the sport. Is also a starter, an official, but also helps out a speed skating club. Very much involved in the sport of speed skating, and Max is developing into a fine young skater. Both Max Poulin and Zachary Lacroix are excellent skaters. And here we are watching them in the 1,000 meters. They're rounding the final corner into the finish line, which is in the center of the ice. Poulin will cross the line first with a season's best of 1:12.84, and Lacroix 1:13.38. My sense is that that's really their first race of the season for the 1,000 meters. In the 11th pairing, starting in the inside lane, from Saskatchewan, Luca Veeman. And in the outer lane, from Korea, Lee Do-hyung.
Go to the start. Ready.
Checking out the opening 200 meters, Do-Young in at 17:56, Luca Veeman in at 18:37. In the previous pairing, we had Max Poulin, who is the top Canadian junior male and was crowned that back in March. Well, the silver medalist is on the ice right now, Luca Veeman. Third in the overall standings of the 4-event race back in March, so congratulations to Luca Veeman. Both Max and Luca, excellent future for Canada, and very young as well. Here comes Do-Young, and crossing the line with the season's best of 1:12.58. And Luca Veeman in at 1:15.71 for a season's best for him as well. In the next pairing, in the inside lane from Korea, Pak Ki-woon. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Chris Homestead.
Go to the start. Ready. Mark the inner and outer. Both. Yep, both. False start, inner lane, going down too slow. False start, outer lane, not stable. Go to the start. Ready.
Second start, successful, which is what we want. A Korean and a Canadian on the ice right now. Fairly evenly matched skaters, at least as far as their personal bests go, but not sure when they were set. Pak's opening 200 meters at 17.46. Chris Homestead in at 17.74. Chris is coached by Mike Ireland. There are 8 coaches on the national and level for Speed Skating Canada. 7 of them are in Calgary. 1 is in Quebec. And many of the skaters that are being coached by the Calgary coaches are racing this weekend. Pak Ki-woon crosses the line at 1:11.48. He'll be happy with that. That's a personal best. 1:11.48 PB for Pak. And Chris Homestead at 1:14.25. And you can see on the screen the Korean coach is very happy for Pak Ki-woon. We now move to the 13th pairing, starting in the inside lane from Norway, Siver Braterd. And in the outer lane from Korea, Ju Hyung-jun.
Coaches behind the red dot on the ice. Go to the start. Ready.
We have a Norwegian on the ice and we have a Korean on the ice. Siver Braterd from Norway, John Hyung-jun from Korea. Bratherd's time on the 200 meters is 17.01. And John Jew, is in at 17.06. There are 34 pairings in the 1,000 meter men's, so lots of racing going on today. We'll have an ice resurfacing after the 20th pairing, 7 more pairings to go. Then we're going to have a break. Everybody needs to have a break. At the official level, the volunteer level, a lot of the athletes that skated this morning will need a break because the 3,000 and 5,000 are on deck this afternoon. So crossing the line first will be Ju Young Jun with a season's best of 1:11.81, and Seaver Bratherd 1:12.48. He'll be happy with that. Hello to Seaver's family back in Norway. 1:12.48 for a personal best. Congratulations. Make sure you get your name on a ping pong ball. In the 14th pairing, we have, starting in the inside lane from Korea, Lee Seung-hyung.
There's a red dot.
And in the outer lane, from Alberta, Andre Rasmus.
Go to the start. Ready.
Lee Seung-hyung from Korea and Andre Rasmus from Alberta, Canada. Let's check the opening times. E, it may look in English Lee, but it's pronounced E in Korean. E is a time of 17.42 and Erasmus in at 17.81. And I've mentioned this before and I'll mention it again. Korean names, like the Chinese names and even the Japanese, last name is announced first, followed by the first name last. (1,000-meter race is 2 1/2 laps around a 400-meter oval. And E is going to cross the line at a time of 1:11.26. He's going to be really happy with that time because that's a personal best. Congratulations, E. Andre Erasmus, 1:15.99. I see one skater on the line. Okay, let me introduce the one skater from Korea in the outer lane, Ko Eun-woo.
Go to the start. Ready.
Magnus Dahle was scheduled to be in this pairing, but I didn't see him. I only see one skater on the ice, and that's Ko Eun-woo, and he has an opening time of 17:47. There's 2 crossovers in the 1,000 meters. When they go down the back stretch, if they come out of the outer corner, they have to then enter the inner corner. And that switches again until the race is over. If they start in the inside lane, they'll finish in the inside lane. If they start in the outside lane, they'll finish in the outside lane. for the 1,000 meters I'm referring to. So we know who's going to finish first in this race. It's obviously Ko Un Woo. It's a matter of what time does he get. And 1:11:31 is a time. What's more impressive about that time is that he did it skating by himself. 1:11:31, personal best for Ko. Congratulations. We now move to the 16th pairing in the inside lane, representing Manitoba, Ryan Kulbacki. And in the outer lane, representing Alberta, Caden Witkowski.
Go to the start. Ready.
Something starter Bates didn't like. Looks like there's a white flag up. Skaters come back. We'll do it again.
False start, inner lane, crossing the line. Go to the start. Ready.
You see Kevin Crockett in the corner of the screen encouraging one of his skaters he coaches, which is Caden Witkowski. Ryan Kulbacki, I've known for many years, and the family, basically grown up watching him skate. He's having an excellent meet so far with personal bests in both his 500 and 1500. Skating very well, moved out to Calgary and is a student at the beautiful University of Calgary campus, or rather the university. Kulbacki's opening 200 meters, 18.4. Witkowski in at 18.04. Their personal bests are about 1 second apart. Looks like Mike Ireland is coaching Ryan on this race, and Mike and Kevin Crockett for Witkowski. Ryan is going to cross the line first, and he does so at a time of 1:14.74. 1:14.74 is a personal best for Ryan. Congratulations. Caden Witkowski at 1:17.10, and that is a season's best.
Come on out, skaters.
For Caden. The next pairing number 17, starting in the inside lane, representing the province of Manitoba, Adam Buchwald. And in the outer lane, from the United States, Jerzy Chaitla.
Go to the start. Ready.
Adam Buchwald in this category for the Olympic Classic Series would be considered a junior in the age of 16 to 18. Chaitla would be part of the neo-senior category, so he's a bit older than Adam Buchwald. Adam is in his last year in grade 12 in Winnipeg and has been skating for many, many years. He's an excellent skater, both short track and long track. Buchwald's opener was 1891, Chaitla 1872. Fairly evenly matched at this point. Let's see how it shapes up as they head into the backstretch. Adams getting encouraged by Coach Alex Moritz, his first year coaching in speed skating Manitoba. But is no stranger to speed skating whatsoever. Very evenly matched skaters. Chaitla will just cross the line slightly before Buchwald at a time of 1:18.09. And Adam Buchwald crossed the line at 1:18.2, both season's best for each skater. And there's an example of how two evenly matched skaters brings out the best in each other. We now move to the 18th pairing, starting in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Fergus English. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Logan Toblin.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opening 200 meters for English is 18.79. Toblin in at 18.93. So if you've just joined us, you're watching the 2022 Fall Classic on the webcast. This is the 1,000 meter men's race. There is 34 pairings. We'll do an ice resurfacing in 2 more pairings. If you've been watching the webcast all this time, or you've just joined us, I guess a big thanks to being a part of it. To most of those that are watching the webcast, if not all, have obviously an interest in speed skating and or an interest in the speed skaters, or a combination of both, parents, grandparents, friends, and it's broadcast all over the world. So those in Japan, in Korea and Australia, well, they're watching tomorrow what's happening today in Calgary. Fergus English crosses the line with a season's best of 1:17.25, and Toblin across the line at 1:17.12. 2 more pairings before we do an ice resurfacing. Pairing number 19 coming up. Starting in the inside lane from Alberta, Daniel Hall. And in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Caleb Jacobson.
Go to the start. Ready.
Two very evenly matched skaters. If you look at their personal bests, not sure when they were set. Obviously, they know each other. They train in Alberta. Looks like Tim Comfort is helping out Daniel Hall, and Caleb Jacobson is being coached by Kevin Crockett. That's part of Kevin Crockett's group here in Calgary. The bell lap has gone off, and less than 300 meters to go to finish the 1,000 meters. Daniel Hall exits the corner first, and he's going to cross the line first. And he does so with a time of 1:14.67. He'll be very happy with that, as that's a personal best by over 2 seconds. Daniel Hall, congratulations. 1:17.47 for Caleb Jacobson, 2 skaters from Alberta. Our final pairing before we head into the ice resurfacing. In the inside lane, from Norway, Sondre Glesne. And from Canada, representing Manitoba, in the outer lane, Ben Rutledge.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opening 200 meters for Sondre Glesne is 18.19. Ben Rutledge, 19.05. Rutledge is a transfer athlete from hockey several years ago. Fell in love with the sport of speed skating. Taken about several years to wring out that hockey stride and replace it with a speed skating stride, and he's doing that quite successfully. And now he's a student at the University of Calgary, staying in res, loving his life out here, and loving speed skating. What a tremendous addition to Speed Skating Manitoba, and now the Oval program. Calgary's lucky to have him. Our Norwegian, Sondrik, is coming out of the corner first, gritting it right to the final, and he does a season's best of 1:17.06, 1:17.06, and Rutledge 1:18.21 for a season's best. That's the first 20 pairings of 34 pairings in the 1,000 meter men's. It's 11:06 Calgary time, or Mountain time. And we're going to be back here on the ice finishing up the pairings for the 1,000 meter men's at 11:25 Mountain time. That's probably about, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning somewhere in Japan or Korea. Anyway, I hope you're enjoying the webcast and a lot of the action on the ice. There's some very fast, beautiful skaters that we've watched so far today, and more to come.
2 minutes. 2 minutes to race.
Two-minute warning for the 21st pairing and the second grouping of the 1,000-meter men's race. I'm going to announce the first pairing coming up in the 1,000-meter men's and then turn it over to the starters. In the inside lane, representing Saskatchewan, Oscar Stack Mikashu. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Eric Hoheim.
Blair. Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off and running once again. Welcome back to the 1,000-meter men's race, both live inside the oval for those that are here in person and those that are watching wherever you're watching on the webcast. We welcome you and hope you're enjoying it. Stack Makashu's opening 200 meters is 19.74. Hoheim's in at 19.26. .34 pairings in total. This is pairing number 21. Down the back stretch they go. Tim Comfort coaching Stack Makashu. Looks like Phil Riopol coaching Hoheim. Here comes Hoheim, and very close, but looks like Eric is going to cross the line first, and he does so with a season's best of 120.05. And Stack Makashu in at 121.11 for a season's best as well. Pairing number 22 in the inside lane from British Columbia, Matthew Mitchell. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Dino Alaz.
Go to the start. Ready.
Matthew Mitchell and Dino Alaz on the ice right now. Let's check their opening times. It's a 1,000-meter race. It's 2.5 times around the 400-meter oval. We always give you a opening time, in this case, the first 200 meters, which Mitchell clocked in at 19.31 and Alaz in at 20.06. Once they hit the 200-meter mark, then just 2 full laps around, and that completes the 1,000 meters. And I say it like it's really easy, but it's not. Not only is it a very difficult sport to master, but also the level of how much in shape you have to be in order to compete in this sport. Matthew Mitchell and Dino Alaz heading into the final corner of their 1,000-meter race. Mitchell is going to cross the line first with a season's best of 121.93 and a Laz in at 123.69. Season's best for him as well. But you only get to put your name on a ping pong ball and put it in the sphere with a personal best.
Come on out.
We're coming up to the 23rd pairing. In the inside lane from British Columbia, Benjamin Konwicki. In the outer lane from British Columbia as well, Kieran Hansen.
Go to the start. Ready.
The opening time for Kieran Hansen is 17.9, Konwicki in at 20.15. If you've just joined us, this is the Fall Classic 2022. Nice to be back, non-pandemic style. Been very restrictive the last 2.5 years. I don't need to tell anybody that. The building is full of athletes and coaches and supporters, friends and family. And this is just the first of many meets throughout the year. So Kieran Hansen is going to cross the line first. He does so with a time of 1:14.07. That'll be a season's best for him. And Konwicki follows up. And the tip of his skate crosses the line at 1:24.49. It'll be a season's best for him as well. We move to the 24th pairing. In the inside lane from Alberta, Braden Kremenek. And in the outside lane from Saskatchewan, Chris Veeman.
Go to the start. Ready.
Braden Kremenek and Chris Veeman on the ice right now. Chris Veeman is the father of Luca Veeman, obviously a speed skating family, a lawyer in Saskatoon, Veeman Law. So he's a professional, he's a father, obviously a love of the sport and is keeping in shape. It's a very difficult sport to master, but obviously he looks very good out there. And he's been skating for a while and training. I talked to him at the coaches meeting on Thursday, and he mentioned he was competing. And I've seen him compete before. I love the fact that he's doing this as a father. Most of the competitors here are anywhere from 14 to 25 years of age. So Chris Veeman from Saskatoon. Hello to the Veeman family. If you're watching back home, be very proud of your father and husband. Here they come, rounding the final corner. Who's going to cross the line first? Braden Kremenek crosses the line first, just barely though, 1:23.14, and Chris Veeman at 1:23.19. Season's best for both of those skaters. We now move to the 25th pairing. In the inside lane from Alberta, Merrick Schulman. And in the outside lane, also from Alberta, Zachary Edelman.
Go to the start. Ready.
The pride and joy of Lethbridge, Alberta, Zachary Edelman. 1885 is his opening 200 meters. Merrick Showman in at 1907. Both from Alberta. Zach's father, Tarek Edelman, is up on the timing deck, helping out with the video streaming. He's about 7-8 feet to my left or to my south, helping out. Mark Dallaire is helping with photo finish, so a couple of speed skating dads, actually all three of us. Andrew Cross is up here. He was doing some guest starting, so 4 volunteer dads. Starter, photo finish, streamer, and a sky guy. Showman and Edelman from Alberta in the 1,000 meters. Here they come out the final turn. Edelman is going to cross the line first. He does so with a time of 1:19.87. He'll be very happy with that because that's another personal best for Zachary and Merrick Showman. 1:20.96, another PB there. Gentlemen, make sure you get your names on those ping pong balls. Put them in the spheres. You have earned it. And the coach is clapping, obviously very, very happy. We now move to the 26th pairing rather. In the inside lane from Korea, Song Jae-won. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Austin McGregor.
Go to the start. Ready.
Let's look at their opening 200 meters. Song Jae-won in at 18.89. Austin McGregor at 20.06. You have a Korean and a Canadian on the ice right now. Austin McGregor from British Columbia. Song Jae-won from Korea, part of the Korean contingent that's here. There must be almost 60 skaters and at least 10 to 15 part of their entourage. They've been here for quite some time, and I say probably a couple months. Song Jae-won with a personal best of 1:23.42. Austin McGregor with a personal best of 1:24.22. And that, so 2 personal bests. Song and McGregor, PBs. And now they get their name on a couple ping pong balls for the sphere. I dropped by the front desk area, and that sphere is out on display for everybody to see. Let's keep filling that sphere up. It's very large. Pair 27 in the inside lane from Alberta, Mitchell Wessling. In the outer lane, also from Alberta, Riley Vandenberg.
Go to the start. Ready.
So Westling's opening 200 meters is 20.71. Vandenberg is 20.5. It's going to be an interesting race for Riley, both from experientially and maybe for us to watch. Yesterday he fell in the 500 meter, and there was a reason for it. He had an equipment malfunction, as they say. His boot was cracked right through, so he's actually skating on a brand new boot that hasn't been broken in. So let's see how he makes out. You've got to break that equipment in a little bit, but the new equipment also is very, very advanced and very comfortable. But anyway, this is Riley's challenge today. New equipment that he's never worn before. Such is life as an athlete. All kinds of obstacles get in the way of athletes, and it's really just mowing them down one at a time as they unfold. So we've got Riley Vandenberg is going to cross the line first at a time of 1:27.22. Mitchell Westling in at 1:28.18, both season's best for these young men.
When you're ready, guys.
We now move to the 28th pairing. There's 34 in total before we take a break. In the inside lane from Alberta, Gabrielle Padbury. And in the outer lane from Alberta, it's nice to say hello to Bob Irvin.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opening 200 meters for Padbury, 19.44. For Irvin, 20.93. You're watching the 28th of 34 pairings in the men's 1,000 meters. Here in Calgary, Alberta, at the Grand Calgary Olympic Oval. That was built in 1987, basically 35 years ago this September. It opened up. All for preparation for the 1988 Olympics, which was exciting for those that remember and were around. Probably many skaters, well, most of the skaters weren't around back then. Personal best, by the way, for Gabrielle Padbury, 126.87 PB. Congratulations, Gabrielle. And Bob Irvin, 129.21. In the 29th pairing, we hopefully have two skaters, and we do. In the inside lane from Ontario, Isaac Emblem. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Eric Angelozzi.
Go to the start. Ready.
Angelozzi would be in category Junior 1, ages 14 to 15, in the Olympic Oval Classic Series, and Emblem would be in the second junior category, 16 to 18. Angelozzi's opening time, 19.2, Emblem in at 21.62. I was talking about the Oval a moment ago. 35 years old. Hard to believe. 1988 Olympics, that was in February of 88, but the building was completed in September of 1987. Mark Messer, the ice master or ice meister, has been here all 35 years. He started making ice, I mentioned it earlier. I think he helped put ice in the Saddle Dome back in 1983. So this whole ice making role comes honestly to him. Plus he runs operations, a staff of, I think he said he had a full-time staff of 9 and part-time 15. Today we have about 2 full-time on today and 3 part-time. So it's a large operation to keep a handle of. Eric Angelozzi, I thought, had a really, really good start to his race, and it showed because he finished off with a personal best of 122.33. 122.33. Eric, congratulations. Isaac Emblem, you also got a PB. 134.32. Nothing more gratifying for a speed skater than to improve on your previous best time. Moving to the 30th pairing. In the inside lane from Alberta, Justin Azenkortenmarsh. And in the outer lane, also from Alberta, James Wigglesworth.
Go to the start. Ready.
Justin Kortenmarsh and James Wigglesworth. Opening 200 meters. Wigglesworth in at 20.56. Kortenmarsh in at 20.89. I was sharing a little bit about the ice making. You know, the oval itself is, as I mentioned, is 400 meters around with 13 meters in width. What's interesting, I mean, it takes special kinds of equipment to maintain it. The resurfacing machine, or as often people call it, the Zamboni, the width of the blade is larger than a regular Zamboni in a hockey rink, and the water capacity is higher. Well, that makes sense because the ice surface is much bigger for them to cover. Crossing the line first with a personal best is Wigglesworth. James Wigglesworth, PB. Congratulations. Kortenmarsh, also a PB. Justin, 132.53. Make sure you get your name on the ping pong ball and get it in that sphere. 31st pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia. As soon as I can see some skaters on the screen. 1 and 2, here we go. In the inside lane from British Columbia, Subhan Ahmad. And in the outer lane from BC as well, Connor Mason Bennett.
Go to the start. Ready.
These ice-making machines, or as we often call them, Zambonis, these ones in the oval are about 50% bigger than a normal Zamboni. Again, just a larger ice surface, specialized ice resurfacing machines. I mean, look at that ice on the screen. Look at it live. It's like skating on pure glass. I think that when skaters first arrive here and skate on it for the first time versus maybe when all the years they spend time in outdoor ovals, which is very hard to replicate the kind of ice that's created here. It's hard for them. It's I've seen skaters look like Bambi on ice for the first little while until they get used to it. After that, they realize they can use ice that works in their favor. Coaches, I believe, call that free speed. They don't have to work as hard and struggle through it. It's a transition. It's just all part of the evolution of a skater from outdoor ice to the beautiful ice that you see here. This is the 31st pairing. 3 more pairings after this. Crossing the line first is Connor Mason Bennett with a personal best of 1:26.52. He'll be very happy with that. He gets his name on a ping pong ball as well. So the PBs are raining down on the oval in the last quarter of the 1,000 meter men's race. Subatamad also with a personal best of 1:40.35. Here they come, fast and furious. Congratulations, gentlemen. The next racers, starting in the inside lane from Alberta, Peter Fenton. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Marcus Kapili.
Go to the start. Ready.
Peter Fenton, Marcus Kapili on the ice right now. Opening 200 meters, Kapili in at 22.82, 23.95 for Peter Fenton. The 1,000 meter start area is exactly in the middle of the oval on the west side, and they finish exactly in the middle of the oval on the straightaway on the east side. The start is on the west side. Call it the back stretch. And the straightaway in the middle of the oval is where it finishes. When we do the 3,000 and 5,000, it's going to start in the the southwest corner, where the 3,000 and the 5,000. The 3,000 is 7.5 laps around, and the 5,000 is 12.5 laps around. And the finish will be right in front of the timing deck, where the 500 finishes. Marcus Capelli earns a personal best at 1:42.40. 1:42.40. Congratulations, Marcus. Peter Fenton crosses the line at 1:51.81, and he gets a personal best as well. 2 PBs in the 32nd pairing. In the 33rd pairing, we will have 1 skater. And the skater's name will be Nash Loster. So he's a scratch, so we're going to move over to the final pairing because it sure looks like Bill Blonsky, not Nash Loster. In the inside lane from Alberta, the legendary Bill Blonsky.
Go to the start. Ready.
Yeah. So we're going to give Bill a hand. He's by himself. I think it's time for some music. The bell app has gone off. Less than 400 meters for Blonsky. Let's help him out. Rounding the final corner, Blonsky heading down the straightaway. Gonna fly now. Blonsky in action. And crossing the line with a time of 2:39.14. A season's best for Blonsky. Congratulations, Bill. Well, that's a wrap. The 1,000 meter men's for today is done. It's 5 minutes to 12. It means it's warm-up time for those participating, or skating rather, in the 3,000 and 5,000 meters. Then the ice resurfacing will happen at 12:30. And we are going to start the women's 3,000 meters at 1 o'clock sharp. Unless something changes, we have 11 quartets. Organized chaos on the ice, but quartets all day for the remainder of the day, rather. Otherwise, we'll be here till well into next week. So have a great warm-up, you guys and gals. And we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. And then tomorrow, the 500 meter, 1,000, one more time, and then the always fun mass start. Thanks for watching on the webcast. We'll see you in an hour. And thanks for being here at the Oval. I'm having a ton of fun up here, as we all are in the timing deck. Talk to you soon. I just got a hand. Even? No, you're good. Yeah. Same. Sounding better. Fella. Three. Then four. And then four, five. Oh. Briefly, what I mean, 5.
Oh, tomorrow was 1,000. Tomorrow she was.
Yeah, so I was talking to him about he was what did he do the 1,000? Well,
I let her pick.
I was still going to tip about that. Maybe tell him what to do. And so, but it's training. This, what I picked up really, very loud and clear. This is a training meet. This is a meet. Like, that's why the times are, like, you can see Koreans are always, they've been here for a while, they've been on the ice for a while. But most of the people are just getting going. Most of them. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Add her in.
All right, well, I think I'll go get some wander.
Yeah,
Anyway, I really appreciate that.
No, it's not good.
It was,
Like I said, if you were having. Well,
Test pulse.
We are going to resume racing at 1 p.m. in 6 minutes' time. With the start of the 3,000 meter women's race, we'll have 10 quartets, with the first quartet being a pairing, if that makes any sense, featuring Isabel Weideman and Evany Blondin, of which I'll introduce more inside the 2-minute warning. 5 minutes to go.
Racing will resume in 2 minutes.
Well, hello everybody inside the oval and on the webcast. We're inside the 2-minute warning where we're starting the 3,000 meter women's race. We're in for a real treat this afternoon. We have 10 quartets, but the first quartet will in fact be a pairing. And it is a pleasure to introduce both of these skaters. This is 2/3 of Canada's gold medal team pursuit team who won in Beijing. So, in the inside lane from Ottawa, Ontario, Canadian Olympian, gold medal in the team pursuit, silver in the 5,000 meter and 3,000 meter, bronze medalist. Say hello to Canadian Olympian and medalist Isabelle Weideman. In the outer lane, also from Ottawa, Ontario, a silver medalist in the mass start, gold medalist in the team pursuit. Give it up for Yvonne Blondin. Good luck, ladies.
Go to the start. Ready.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the oval, as I mentioned, and also on the webcast. We are now starting the first of 10 quartets in the 3,000 meter women's race, 7 1/2 laps around. The first 200 meter times are now in the history books. Isabelle Weideman at 20.48, Yvonne Blondin at 20.19. After that 200 meters, they settle in for a full 7 laps around. You're watching 2 of Canada's future Hall of Fame speed skaters. Great friends, competitive athletes, peers, and mentors to many, many speed skaters. And of course, the darling of the Olympics, representing Canada to many medals. When you're skaters of that caliber, you basically you get all the attention you need. When you look down the backstretch, you see formidable skaters of their own careers that are now coaches, giving them intel, encouragement, and lap times. Speaking of lap times, take a look at their lap times. They're around the 31.5 or so, and they'll be monitoring their lap times throughout the race. There's Will Dutton and Shannon Rempel, along with Remmelt and Eldering and Bart Scouten. I'll talk more about the coaches later this afternoon when we get into the 3,000 and 5,000 meters. It'll be quartets. It'll be a bit crazy out there, but I've got lots to say about these amazing coaches and mentors that were once great speed skaters themselves. 1,400 meters into the race, Isabelle Weideman and Yvonne Blondin from the same city, Ottawa, Ontario. The Weideman family. Isabelle has a brother, Jake, who's also an excellent speed skater, and the Weideman family moved from Ottawa into Calgary and put up stake here for their children, and it's obviously paid off. We're going to be looking for a final time somewhere in the 4-minute range. Weideman, a multi-medalist at the Beijing Olympics. Same with Evany Blondin, who's also a surgeon in the mass start. Not an easy race to begin with. Look how close they are. They're basically 0.3 of a second apart. Not sure if that's deliberate or not. They head down the back stretch. Now they're getting some encouragement and some coaching. There's a lot of speed skating knowledge and talent on the ice right now. 4 coaches for these 2 skaters. They've represented our country extremely well on the international stage, at the World Cup stage, and of course the Olympics. Therein lies the bell lap. The final 400 meters. They're holding their lap time well. Started under 30, now it's around 32. Isabelle Weideman, Evany Blondin on the ice right now. Weideman down the straightaway, Blondin nearby. And Isabelle crosses the line with the season's best of 3:59.91 and Evany in at 4:02.55. They'll take those times and assess them as they need. And down the backstretch, you've got Will and Remelt, Shannon, and Bart. Thanks for showing us how it's done, ladies. Isabelle Weideman, Evany Blondin, thanks very much. All right, I'm going to introduce all 4 skaters in the score in the quartets, so bear with me. This is the second quartet, the first pairing. In the inside lane, wearing the white armband from Korea, Kim Bo-rum. And in the outer lane, from Alberta, the junior champ of Canada in the all-round, Laura Hall. In the second pairing of this quartet, in the inside lane, from Ponoka, Alberta, and Canadian Olympian Madison Pearman. And in the outer lane, from Korea, Pak Ji-woo.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
All right, we have 2 great starts. Go Big Rum. They are not. Okay, so we've got 2 pairings on the ice right now. Let's have a look at the opening 200 meters. Kim's opener, 21.6. Laura Hall, 21.31. Madison Pearman at 20.08. And Pak Ji-woo at 20.79. Organized chaos on the ice right now with 4 skaters, 2 pairings, and all their coaches. So you can have 8 people on the ice, 4 in the coaches box, and of course, 4 in the lanes. There's very little risk at this level of any skater lapping another skater. And they're now settled in for their 7.5 lap race certainly after the first 200 meters. So you've got Kim and Hall in the first pairing. They're wearing the white and the red armband. Madison Pearman and Pak Ji-woo, yellow and blue armband. So if it's difficult to identify who your skater is that you're supporting or who's on the ice, just look at the colors of the armbands and that will tell you, and then look on the screen as well. In the oval, we have the big Jumbotron, and if you're on the webcast, you can actually see it on your monitor or phone or whatever device you happen to be joining us on. 7.5 laps around. We'll be seeing times in the 4 to 4:15 area. in these early with these early pairings, and then the times will get longer as we move through the quartets. This is not the meet where all the skaters are looking to peak, but this is a very important meet to get information for each of the skaters to see where they're at in their progress. If you look at the Korean contingent, they've been here for a while. A while might be probably 2 months is my best guess. And so they've been on the ice, so they're cracking personal bests all the way through. Many skaters, though, are on the ice for the very first time. And they're also in the middle of their training program. So they're not race ready, or I should say meet ready. However, this meet is used as part of their training program. The coaches don't want to bring their skaters into a meet completely fatigued so they can't race. Basically, they'll just taper is the words that they use. They'll rest their skaters as they get much closer to the meet. So every skater, or depending on what your age is, what your level of development is, who your coaches are, where you're at in your training, that all makes a difference on what this meet is for. Now we've got the first bell lap. The bell has been rung for the final lap between Hall and Kim. Laura Hall has considerable distance on Kim. So if it all goes well, she will cross the line first, followed by Kim, and the second bell lap has gone off, and Madison Perriman has a lead on Park Ji-woo. So here comes Laura Hall down the straightaway, everything she's got to complete 7.5 laps. She's going to cross the line at a time of 4:11.23. Kim Bulrum, I should say, at 4:14.74. First pairing of this quartet is complete. Here comes Perriman down the straightaway, everything she's got to complete the 7.5 lap. The toe of the skate crosses the line at 4:15.70. And Park Ji-woo at 4:19.43, a season's best for Park. And that's what it's going to look like for 8 more quartets. Let me introduce the third quartet. In the inside lane from Penticton, British Columbia, Abigail McCluskey. And in the outside lane from British Columbia as well, Allison Desmarais. In the second pairing of this quartet from Alberta, taking the inside lane, Anna Bourgeois. And in the outer lane from Korea, Kim Yoon-ji.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, we have both pairings underway. Abigail McCluskey's opener. We'll get that for you in a moment. There we go. Abigail 20.35, Desmarais at 20.37. The first pairing goes off, and right around the 150-meter mark is when the next start occurs. Bourgeois' 200-meter opener, 20.87, and Kim in at 21.16. There are 3 Canadians on the ice and 1 Korean. You're looking at the first pairing on the screen, Abigail McCluskey and Allison Desmarais. They have very different personal bests. On the backstretch, you see the 2 coaches, Remelt Eldering and Shannon Rempel. They coach the three Canadians that happen to be on the ice. They coach Abigail McCluskey, Allison Demeray, and Anna Bourgeois, who are part of the Next Gen program. Both coaches were formidable skaters in their day. Remmelt's been coach on the national team since 2018, and he coaches middle distance and long distance female skaters. He's from the Netherlands originally, and he was a long track skater himself for about a decade. In about 2008, he started coaching. And in fact, he started his coaching in Manitoba, where I'm from. Started to cut his teeth there, left his mark, laying the foundation for Tyson Langlar and Alexa Scott, in which Tyler Dara took it from there. And he's helped Evany and Isabel on the World Cup circuit and certainly the Olympic circuit. So that's Remmelt Eldering. Probably what you don't know about Remmelt, who's an amazing coach and a really good guy. His hidden talent is juggling. So if you're talking to him, ask him, maybe he might juggle for you. Who knew that he was a juggler? This is a 3,000-meter race. We're just over 2,200 meters in for the first pairing. It's 7.5 laps around. Speaking of Manitoba, Remmelt's coach alongside Shannon Rempel. And Shannon is born and raised in Manitoba. And she turned out to be, she's had a great career herself. There's the bell lap for McCluskey and Demeray, who are right neck and neck right now. Shannon started speed skating at the age of 10. And she just joined because she thought it would make her faster for hockey. Little did she know she was going to be an international speed skating star, sprinter of the 500 and the 1,000, and like the 1,500. Loved the team pursuit, junior world champ in Japan when she was 18, and she got a silver medal in the Olympic pursuit. More on Shannon later. So here we go, McCluskey and Demeray. McCluskey is going to finish first at 4:12.35, and Allison Demeray at 4:13.28. I think that Allison Demeray has just got a personal best by about 3 seconds. So congratulations, Allison Demeray. Here comes Anna Bourgeois. She crosses the line exhausted with a time of 4:18.76. And Kim Yoon-ji crosses the line at 4:26.40, and that's a season's best for Kim. We now move to the fourth quartet. Well, those skaters clear the ice. We've got 4 new ones on there. In the first pairing of the fourth quartet in the inside lane from British Columbia, Kirsten Hagen. And in the outer lane from Korea, Kim Min-so. In the second pairing of this quartet, starting in the inside lane from Alberta, Victoria Goplan. And in the outer lane from Korea, Hwang Hun-sun.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
All 4 skaters are now underway in the fourth quartet. Kirsten Hagen's opening 200 meters, 22:05. Kim Min-so actually is 21:92. They've settled in now, only 7.5 laps. I say that with tongue in cheek because I would be exhausted just after 200 meters. Victoria Goplan's opening 200 meter, 21.43, and Hwang Hung-sun with 21:31. I want to get that pronunciation correct. Just to finish up my comments about Shannon Rempel, who had a great career on the ice as a sprinter, was junior world champ when she was 18. I mentioned that, and that was in Japan. And a gold medalist in the pursuit. And on that team was Cindy Clausen, Clara Hughes, and Christina Groves. And Shannon Rempel. What a formidable quartet of skaters. Wow. And now she's transitioned over to coach, working alongside Remmel. If you're picking up a thread, a common thread of some of the people I'm talking about, there is a Winnipeg connection, and not just because I'm from Winnipeg. Just notice there's a deep Winnipeg connection because that's just the way it is in Winnipeg, and some of the talent out of Winnipeg gets exported, and there's a couple right there. So Greg Plenert, for example, was a coach in the early 80s in Winnipeg during his coaching career, and he's our meet coordinator as an example. So he has a connection to our great city of Winnipeg. But back to Calgary, Alberta, the Olympic Oval, where we have the fastest ice in the world. The fastest ice in the world. Look at the ice surface. It looks like glass. Kirsten Hagen from British Columbia. Kim Min Saw from Korea in the first pairing. Victoria Goplan from Alberta. Hwang Han Sung from Korea in the second pairing. Lots going on the ice. Lots going on off the ice, too. Lots of cheering going on. I call it organized chaos. .3,000 meters, 2,200 meters in. That means 2 laps to go for Hagen and Kim. The pacing, the lap times, all very consistent in this group of 4. There's the bell lap for Hagen and Kim. Up at the 35-second range. Right now, these athletes are feeling nothing but fatigue. Probably operating somewhat automatic, just given how exhausted they are. Down the straightaway they go with what they have left. Kim Min Saw crosses the line at a time of 4:27.05. Kirsten Hagen at 4:27.8. Here comes the second pairing. Hwang Han Sun crosses the line with a personal best of 4:23.39. 4:23.39. Congratulations, Hwang. And Victoria Goplan, 4:27.33. And season's best for all the other skaters. We now move to the 5th quartet in the first pairing, starting in the inside lane. Jung Yu Na. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Claire Mallard. In the second pairing of this quartet, starting in the inside lane from Manitoba, Skylar Van Horn. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Emma Langstrom.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off and running. Jung's opening 200 meter, 21.82. Claire Mallard, 21.93. Skylar Van Horn, 20.76. And Emma Langstrom, 21.61. Should be one. Coaching the Canadian, coaching, I guess, Claire Mallard would be Kevin Crockett, who's filling in for Christina Lazarenko, and who's unavailable at this meet, but Kevin's filling in and helping her out. She also coaches Victoria Goplan, Kirsten Hagen, and Emma Langstrom. So Claire Mallard and Emma Langstrom, who's coached by Christina. Kevin is assisting, and you can see that he's got the lap counter in his hand, and obviously encouraging the skaters to follow his coaching. Yeah, so Christina coaches Victoria Goplan, who was in the previous race, as was Kirsten Hagen. Alexa Annika coming up in the next quartet, and that's all part of Christina's grouping as well. I think Rachel Freitag is also in that group. So lots of her skaters are skating in the 3,000. Now back to this quartet. So Jung Yu Na from Korea and Claire Mallard in the first pairing. What you see on the screen was Skylar Van Horn and Emma Langstrom as they were heading down the straightaway. Now they go down the backstretch. Coach Alex Moritz encouraging Skylar Van Horn and giving her the lap time. And I don't know any of the Korean coaches. I don't speak Korean, and they don't speak English. And so I'd love to give them a shout out. We're happy they're here. There's no question. We're happy they're competing. We're happy they're in Calgary training. They've been a delightful contingent from Korea. Very cordial, very friendly, very professional. And I think they're really enjoying their time here, from what I can surmise from the conversations I'm having around them. So Jung Yu Na. And Claire Mallard finishing up their last 400 meters of the 3,000 meters. And here comes Jung now, neck and neck with Claire Mallard. Jung is going to cross the line first at a time of 4:26.26, and Claire Mallard at 4:27.03. The last 200 meters for Van Horn and Langstrom are just ahead of them. This is not an easy race. 7.5 laps around, gritting it out, pushing their bodies to limits they've never been pushed before. Emma Langstrom comes in at 4:37.27. Skylar Van Horn, 4:43.56. And that completes quartet number 5. We move to quartet number 6 in the first pairing. Starting in the inside lane from Ontario, Alexa Annika. In the outer lane from Manitoba, Sophia Bieber. In the second pairing of this quartet, starting in the inside lane from Ontario, Rachel Freitag. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Ella Cloutier.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Alexa Annika, opening time 22.31. Sophia Bieber, 21.58. Rachel Freitag, 22.38. And Ella Cloutier, 22.83. Tim Comfort from Saskatchewan is coaching Ella Cloutier. Alexa Annika and Rachel Freitag, part of Christina Lazarenscu. Christina's group is being coached, it looks like Kevin and maybe even Todd Clements, and Coach Moritz coaching Sophia Bieber. Do I want to announce if Kieran's good? Yeah. Yep. So I do want to give, I've been talking about Christina Lazarescu and her skaters. In the last 3 quartets, a number, looks like two skaters per quartet have been, that's in her group, in her oval program. I just want to give a big shout out to Christina, who's unavailable to be at this meet, but I'm sure she's watching. Coaches will use the video work, whether it be live stream or even when they're training, to study the techniques of their skaters to help improve them. So Christina Lazarescu, hello from the timing deck. From all of us up here in the timing deck, I look forward to seeing you at the next meet. So Alexa Annika and Sophia Bieber, 1,800 meters into their race for Rachel Freitag and Ella Cloutier. In the next pairing, big shout out to Norm Cloutier, who assisted us in the sound system a little bit. Earlier today, as he's a professional sound tech. So thank you, Norm, for coming to assist us. You can see the 4 coaches down the backstretch. It looks like Kevin Crockett and Todd McClements are helping out Christina's group, Christina's skaters. There's Tim Comfort, and there's Coach Alex Moritz from Manitoba. 3,000 meters, 7.5 laps around. Not an easy race. Unless you specialize in one particular distance, at least in the early stages of one's career, the coaches want you to develop into an all-round skater. That includes the distances of 500 meters, 1,000, 1,500 meter, and 3,000. Certainly, at the junior championship level, you need to have all 4 disciplines. Annika and Bieber have the bell lap. So Alexa Annika crosses the line at 4:35.47. Bieber crosses the line at 4:44.55. Here comes Rachel Freitag at a time of 4:39.94, and Ella Kluche, the tip of her skate, will cross the line with a season's best of 4:49.37. And not so sure all those weren't season's best for the other skaters as well. We now move to the 7th quartet in the first pairing, starting in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Serena Dallaire. In the outer lane from Korea, Kim Ji-yoon. In the second pairing of the 7th quartet in the inside lane from Ontario, Rachel Mallard. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Maya Kemp.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
The opening 200 meters for Serena Dallaire, 22.48. Kim Ji-yoon, 22.92. Rachel Mallard, 22.82. And Maya Kemp, 22.57. Now they settle in after the 200 meters for 7 full laps. Just to put it into perspective, and not to compare, but only just perspective, because it's incomparable, an Evany or an Isabel versus these skaters. They're just at different levels, and Isabel and Evany have been skating longer, but their opening lap times would be around 29 seconds, and they don't want it to edge up much past 31 or 32 seconds, and they try and hold them as much as possible. You'll see that in the 5,000 meters as well when we see the early pairings or quartets of the men's 5,000 meter race. It's all about keeping those lap times as tight as possible. This sport has really 2 dimensions to it. It has a fitness dimension and a technique dimension. And the better your technique is, the easier it is to skate efficiently. And then the fitter you are, the longer you can hold that technique and the faster you go. Oftentimes you'll see fast times on the ice and you'll look at the skaters and go, boy, they didn't really go that fast. At least they didn't look that fast. When you're down at ice level, and you are at ice level for elite skaters, for sure, they are going fast. I was down there at the break, and I mentioned it was probably 13, maybe 14 degrees, maybe probably 13 degrees at ice level. It sure felt much colder. First of all, the ice is down there. The second of all, the skaters are whipping by, creating wind off the cold ice. So it made it feel much colder than it is. Ten quartets in total. If you're joining us on the webcast, if you're leaving it on in the background while you're doing the dishes or the laundry or hanging out with friends, and then because you love speed skating and of course you want to check in on your loved ones, whether it be your children or your grandkids or your friends, glad you could join us. Any feedback you can give us on improving your webcast experience, we're always open to that. John Little and Dustin Miller have done an amazing job. Each year they take it up a notch in terms of the experience on the screen. And each year they try to do different things in addition to what they've already done. So we'll see more and more of that as the years unfold. Serena Dallaire from Saskatchewan, Kim Ji-yeon from Korea, Rachel Mallard from Ontario, and Maya Kemp from Manitoba. Down the straightaway to finish up the race, Kim Ji-yeon at a time of 4:40.7, Serena Dallaire 4:41.88. And it's a season's best for Serena Dallaire. Here comes Rachel Mallard. She's going to cross the line at a time of 4:41.05. She'll like that. That's a season's best for her. And down the straightaway to finish up this race, Maya Kemp from Manitoba. And she's going to do so at a time of 4:58.52 and a season's best for her as well. We now move to the 8th quartet. In the first pairing, starting in the inside lane, representing Manitoba, Robin Saleh. And in the outer lane from Manitoba as well, Lindsay Smart. In the second pairing of this quartet from Saskatchewan, starting in the inside lane, Mila Reben. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Sarah Murray.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off and running a quartet with 3 skaters. There I go again, introducing a skater that's not on the start line. Note to self, take a look at the screen, make sure there's 4 skaters there. Battle of the Manitoba. Right now with Solly and Smart. Good friends, good teammates. Each of them will want the best race possible so they can bring out the best in each other. That's what it's all about. I talked to them at lunch. They're in good space. Having fun. What's not to have fun when you're in Calgary, Alberta at the Oval doing a sport you love? Sarah Murray skating by herself from Ontario. As she goes down the straightaway and you see her solo, give her a little bit of an encouragement for those that are inside the Oval. .3,000 meters, 7.5 laps. A grueling test on the body for an athlete. The more tired an athlete gets, the more fatigued they get, the technique starts to become less efficient. And that's when their lap times start to rise. There's two components, as I mentioned. You need to be in incredibly great shape, and you got to have great technique. And those travel together. But if you press any coach to say what's more important, one over the other, they will tell you technique. Technique, technique, technique. And it takes years to develop. Robin Solly and Lindsay Smart from Manitoba. Sarah Murray skating by herself. Robin Solly, Lindsay Smart from Manitoba. Sarah Murray skating by herself. So Solly and Smart are almost 6 full laps into their 7.5 lap rate. Should be a bell, and there's the bell. You might see great distances in longer races between two racers, but that can shorten over time. Solly is in the white armband, and Lindsay Smart is in the red armband. And up until the 6.5 laps, Solly and Smart were, well, actually, Lindsay had a lead on her. And then Robin has overtaken her and is going to cross the line first with a burst of speed. And she's going to do so at a time of 4:47.8, which is a personal best for Robin Solly. And Lindsay Smart at 4:51.46, and she crosses the line with a season's best. So Robin gets to put her name on a ping pong ball and put it in the sphere, and Lindsay's should be happy with the season's best. And a personal best for Sarah Murray at 4:54.99. Good job, ladies. How many skaters do I see on the monitor? I see 4. Let's go. In the 9th, Quartet in the inside lane from British Columbia. Hannah North. In the outer lane from Manitoba, Antonia Via. In the second pairing of this quartet from Ontario, starting in the inside lane, Daria Voigt. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Denise Wessling.
Go to the start. Go to the start. Ready.
We have 2 successful starts. Hannah North, Antonia Via. They're opening 200 meters, 23.92 for North and 23.99 for Via. Daria Voigt at 24.26 and Denise Wessling at 26.37. Daria Voigt has fallen on the backstretch. Let's see what she does. I don't think she's hurt, but we're going to find out. Hannah North, Antonia Villa are the first pairing. Wessling looks like she's going to skate by herself, but I'll confirm that with you. And she is not going to complete the race. Hopefully, she is okay. I want to give a big shout out to all the coaches. I've talked a little bit about Remelt and Shannon Rempel and said hello to Christina, the rescue. There's a number of other coaches I'll want to just highlight, especially part of the Oval program. But it is actually National Coaches Week. And being a speed skating dad, I can tell you how important a coach is in an athlete's life, both on and off the ice. Exemplary citizens in their own right. They have an incredible positive impact on the athletes and even in the communities in which they work. And, you know, I just want to acknowledge and recognize all the coaches that are in the building that are working with the kids. You have a huge impact on their life. If you think about when you went through school and you look back at your high school or any age, elementary, junior high, high school, especially that period of your life, you look back at the teachers that made a difference in your life. It's the same thing. You know who the good teachers are and the bad teachers are. And the good teachers made a huge difference. It's the same with coaching. They have a huge impact, both positive and negative, but mostly positive. And the coaches that are part of speed skating, from what I can tell, do an amazing job for their athletes. They're mentors, they're leaders, and they make a big difference in the lives of these kids, especially at these ages. Kids these ages, they feel vulnerable, they're insecure, they're human. And coaches, you know, their job is to give them perspective and wisdom over the years. So it's National Coaches Week. So parents, skaters, why don't you go up and give your coaches a big hug or a high five or some maybe a non-COVID or a COVID acknowledgement to say, hey, you know what? Thanks very much. You know, we work with coaches in Manitoba, Coach Alex Moritz now. Will Dutton preceded him, then Tyler Dara. In the years that I've been involved in speed skating, even Scott Van Horn is in there. These guys are really amazing individuals. And it's right through the piece of speed skating. It's just an incredible sport with incredible people in it. So National Coaches Week, ladies and gentlemen. Have you hugged your coach today? That's the motto from the Sky Guy. Have you hugged your coach today? Hannah North and Antonio Villa. We got BC and Manitoba on the ice. And Denise Wessling on the ice from Alberta. Crossing the line first is Hannah North at a time of 5:03.43. Antonio Villa at 5:06.52. To finish up, down the straightaway with everything she's got, here comes Denise Wessling.
Skaters, there'll be a short delay for an ice check. I'll whistle when we're ready.
I take that back. I spoke too soon. One more lap, 400 meters for Denise Wessling. Sorry about that, Denise. Most athletes, I think, when they're skating can't really hear me anyway. It's just a bunch of background noise. They're so into their race. Denise Westling from Alberta finishing up with 200 meters or so to go. With everything she's got in the tank, the final 20 meters, Denise Westling crosses the line at a time of 5:59.02, first season's best for Denise. One final quartet rounds out the 3,000 meter race. This will be the 10th quartet, the final one. I'm looking on the monitor, seeing the skaters. I'll wait until the starter blows the whistle. So National Coaches Week, everybody. Have you hugged your coach today? Give him or her an actual or a virtual hug, or send him a text, or her a text or an email or something. Show your appreciation. In the first pairing of the 10th quartet, in the inside lane from Alberta, Elena Menina. In the outer lane from British Columbia, Brooke Braun. In the second pairing, in the inside lane from British Columbia, Maria Hansen. And in the outer lane from Alberta, and her birthday, give it up for Isabel Champagne.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Menina's opening 200 meters is 24:08. Braun at 23:21. Hansen the same time, 23:21. And Isabel Champagne, 22:22. Now they settle in for their 7 laps remaining in the women's 3,000 meters. And when we talk about National Coaches Week, it's just not the coaches at the national level by any means, or the provincial level, but all the skaters that end up at the national level or the provincial level come from where? They come from the club level. That's the feeder system. Not that it's designed that way, but it is kind of how it works out. You have way more skaters at the club level, and then those that are passionate about the sport and are figuring it out and developing move into the provincial development teams and the provincial teams, and then they move their way in up from there, and maybe to an oval program, maybe neo senior, maybe next gen, and then the national team if you're fortunate enough. However, at the club level, the kids just don't show up and skate by themselves. There's coaches and mentorship there. In fact, some of the most important ones are done at that level to encourage kids. And it could start as early as 3 or 4 in terms of an age. So when we talk about National Coaches Week and have you hugged your coach, and if you think I'm giving this too much airtime, well, not really, because of the importance of these coaches is really it's hard to overstate. But have you hugged your coach today at the national level, the provincial level, and let's not forget the club level, where it all starts. The Mississippi starts with one trickle at the North Dakota, turned into a mighty river. Well, these skaters start slow, and it all starts at the club level. Big shout out to Kathy Krawchuk for giving me a reminder about acknowledging all the coaches during National Coach Week. That's all I have to say about that, as Forrest Gump would say, for now. Let me tell you about what goes on behind the scenes with the few minutes that I have left. To put on an event like this takes a lot of people with knowledge and expertise. It all starts with a meet coordinator. A big shout out to Greg Plenert, who's had speed skating part of his entire life, multi-generationally. Greg Plenert is the meet coordinator and leads everything up here in the timing deck to make sure everything runs smooth. We're about to have a skater lapped on the ice. And the lapping skater, if you want to know the rule on this one, must go to the outside, and the one who's being lapped to go to the inside. So it looks like Menina I'm not sure exactly who she lapped. Okay, I'll talk about the volunteers and the staff in a moment. Let's just get the times correct. All right, it was Champagne that lapped, so she comes at a 4:43.89, personal best for Isabel Champagne. Brooke Braun at 5:06.65, so a birthday gift for Isabel Champagne, who fell during the 1,000, but redeemed herself in the 3,000 at 4:43.86. Congratulations, Isabel. Crossing the line is Alana Menina at a 5:25.91 clip. And Maria Hansen crosses the line at a 5:11.77. So Isabel Champagne, birthday girl, make sure you take your personal best and get that on that ping pong ball and get it in the sphere. So ladies and gentlemen, that is the 3,000 meter women's race. Here comes the Zamboni in a moment. We'll be starting the men's. At 2:20, unless I'm told differently. Then a big shout out to the meet coordinator, Greg Plenert. Chief referee, Rona Hathaway, assisted by Bruce Thorpe, Werner Meyer, and Dave Thompson. Our starters today have been numerous. Mark Poulin, Blair Toblin, Brad Bates, and Andrew Cross. Mark told me he was just in Stockholm and went to the ABBA Museum. So if you see Mark and know what he's like, ask him for a couple of ABBA pictures. Maybe even watching him connect with the ABBA band on stage. The hologram ABBA band. Timing computer, Don Brown, Leslie Cassidy. Photo finish, Mike Dallaire. Video webcast, Tarek Edelman. IT specialist, John Little. Team lead and competition, Dustin Miller. The medics from Can West, Olivia Belsham and Kevin Dobek. Bell ringing, Sigrid Schmidt. All the Ice Meisters, led by Mark Messer. And the Sky Guy, me. We'll see you at 2:20 on the webcast and live at the Oval. Are we at 215? 216? Well, but I can do it anytime. Yeah. Yeah, I'm good. And I've got one more ice prep too as well. Chung We're going to get started in a couple minutes. 2-minute warning. At 2:20, we're going to resume the races for this afternoon.
2 minutes.
The men's 5,000 meter race. We have 2 pairings to start, and then after that we will go to the quartets. I'm going to introduce to you the first pairing. In the inside lane, representing Alberta, we have a future Hall of Famer who has won the gold medal and the silver medal at the Pyeongchang Olympics in 2018, former world record holder of the 5,000 and 10,000 meter, who's represented our country at the Olympics at a high level. Give it up for Jad Blowman. In the outer lane, from Korea, who is a silver medalist in the team pursuit back in 2018, Chung Jae-won, representing Korea at the Olympics. 5,000 meters, 12 and a half laps around. Good luck, gentlemen.
Go to the start. Ready. Inner lane, false start, not stable. Go to the start. Ready.
The second start is a charm. Jad Blowman and Chung Jae-won. Blowman from Canada, Chung from Korea. They're opening 200 meters, Blowman at 19:45, Jae-won at 20.2. Now they settle in for 12 laps. The numbers to watch these two skaters is their lap time. How low and how long can they keep their lap? So we have a 1 full lap under our belt. Around 29.73 for Ted, and Chung around 30, almost 31. You can see it on the screen behind the distance marker. So a little bit about Jad Blowman. He was born in the Netherlands, and he's I guess referred to as a Dutch-Canadian long track speed skater. Started competing for our country back in 2014 and 15. Up until that point, he competed for the Netherlands. I mentioned he's a former world record holder in both the 5,000 meter, which he set in Salt Lake City, and an Olympic record holder back in the 10,000, winning the gold in 2018 in Pyeongchang. He won a silver in the 5,000 in Pyeongchang too. Not an easy feat to do. And he's won a number of medals at the world level. He's a long distance skater, as you can tell. 5,000 and 10,000 meter distances are his specialty. But look how he can keep his lap time under 30 seconds. Remember, this is 12 laps. It'll be interesting to see when the lap time because he is human, will increase. He's also been part of team pursuits for Canada and has been a leader on the Canadian national team for many, many years. And you could almost say he's ageless. It's no secret that he's 36 years of age. Married with 2 kids, so maybe preparing for life after speed skating. Let's see if he's able to hold his lap time under 30 seconds. Well, that's interesting. 29.76 now. Let's have a look at Chung Jae-won, who won a medal at a very young age in Pyeongchang in the team pursuit. I think it was a silver medal. Chung Jae-won. Ted knows his pace well. Obviously, he's coached well. So Will Dutton is holding up his lap times. So Ted knows what his lap times. He's just encroaching on 30 seconds. Let's see how long he can keep it underneath. And Bart Schouten would be his main coach. This is 5,000 meters, 12 and a half laps around. So far, all his lap times have been under 30 seconds. Chung's somewhere between 30, well, just under 31 seconds. Obviously, that makes a difference. They're about 9 seconds apart. So 9 seconds apart might be a 200-meter difference. Okay, that's the first time Ted's lap time has gone over 30 seconds. You remember some of the kids later in their 3000s, in their 40 seconds. So it just goes to show you, if you're aspiring to be an elite athlete at an international level, you're getting a teaching right in front of you right now. And at the age of 36, no doubt. Quite remarkable. A remarkable athlete and a remarkable man, highly intelligent and really knows the sport well. I guess if it seems like I'm talking about Ted mostly and not Chung, I guess that's what I'm doing. But I know a bit more about him I don't know really anything about Chun Yang-won, other than he's a very accomplished Korean Olympian speed skater. So Ted Jad Blowman now has the bell lap with less than 200 meters to go. Chung has got his bell lap, and here comes Blowman. Everything he's got in the tank to finish off. The tip of his skate will cross the line with a season's best of 6:16.79. Ladies and gentlemen, that's how it's done. 6:16.79. Congratulations, Ted Jan. Well done. Here comes Chun Jae-won, and he crossed the line at a time of 6:33.33. That'll be the season's best for him. We have another pair of Olympians in this pairing before we go to the quartet. In the inside lane from Alberta, a Canadian Olympic who got 5th in the world at the Olympics in the 1,500 meters. Say hello to Connor Howe. In the outer lane, from Saskatchewan, Moose Jaw to be exact, former 5,000-meter world record holder and Olympian. Give it up for Graham Fish.
Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, so Jad Blowman sets the pace here with this elite group. This is the first two pairings are all Olympians. 3 Canadian Olympians. They're getting an applause, and they deserve it. And 1 Korean Olympian. Connor Howe with an opener of 9:42. That's fairly quick. Graham Fish at 9:72. So Jad Blowman kept his lap times under 30 seconds until the last 3 laps. Let's see where Connor and Graham settle in. So Graham is under the 30 and Connor just over 30. Not a big difference in terms of distance on the ice. They have their racing plan. About 2 years ago, I called the race 10,000 meter race between Graham Fish and Jad Blowman. And if you don't think a 10,000 meter race isn't exciting with these two racers, you got another thing coming. They went back and forth. Ted led the race, then Graham led the race, then Ted led the race, and then Graham led the race till about the last 2 laps. And Graham probably doesn't want me to mention it, but Ted overtook him and won that race. But it was an incredible seesaw battle of 2 amazing skaters. And I talk about technique and fitness. If you look at these skaters, how still they are. Their upper bodies are very quiet. They push to the side, not back. They let their legs do the work, and look how low they are. So they're able to hold this technique for a long time, which makes it efficient for them. Graham had taken about 3 weeks off. I wonder if that have some effect on his endurance, as these training programs have blocks of time and they're all builds on each week and each month. Probably it does. But he's a young man. He's 26 years old with a bright future ahead. Connor Howe from Alberta. Graham Fish from Saskatchewan. I think he would have just turned 26 this August. Connor had a very good Olympics. In the 1,500 meters, he was 5th. He was also part of the team pursuit in 2021, where the Canadian team won a silver medal at the World Single Distance Championships. And Connor Howe is younger. He's 22. Just turned 22 this June. So you can see the times are creeping up just a little bit in comparison to, let's say, Ted, who set the pace. Connor's from Canmore, Alberta, which is where he was born and raised. Connor would be coached by Bart Scouten and Will Dutton. Will Dutton joining the Canadian, or rather the ranks of the coaching ranks of the Calgary Oval program. What a tremendous addition. Will had a very good career as a speed skater. He was in Manitoba for 3 years. We got to know him tremendously. An outstanding human being, both on and off the ice. If pressed, and if he really had the passion to go back and be a skater, it wouldn't put it past me for him to know that he could probably compete again, train and compete again. I think those days are done. but he's incredibly fit still. And I think he competed in the 5,000 meters in a non-sanctioned race last March, and I think he has the fastest opener, probably about 17 seconds. He was racing against Octavia, I should say. Anyway, it was a fun skate. 4,200 meters of the 5,000 meters in this race. 12 and a half laps has been complete. Lap times are creeping up. By their standards, they may not be happy with it. But by any other standards, it's excellent. So Graham Fish is heading down the back stretch, getting his final marching papers as he heads into the final corner. And you'll see him come down the straightaway live and also on the screen. Give Graham Fish a big round of applause. And here comes Connor Howe as well. Graham Fish crosses a line for a season's best of 6:27.82. And Connor Howe at 6:30.96. Thanks, Connor. Thanks, Graham. Tremendous. Let's now head over to the Quartets, the land of the Quartets. The first pairing of the third quartet. Starting in the inside lane from Ontario, Hayden Mayeux. And in the outer lane from Austria, Gabriel Oder. In the second pairing of this quartet, in the inside lane from Korea, Chun-ho. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Jack Diebert.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
The opening 200 meters for Hayden Mayeux, 19:08. Very quick. The quickest so far. Gabriel Oder, 19:18 for an opening 200 meters. Chun-ho, 19:95. And Jack Diebert, 20.21. Now the skaters settle in. Establish their pace, their lap time, all according to their plan between them and their coaches. Providing they have a plan, which I think they should and probably do. Now it's about maintaining the lowest lap time. You don't want to go out too fast because you won't have any energy, any fuel in the tank for the final laps. And you don't want to go out too slow because you don't want to look back at your race and go, I could have gone faster, farther. A lot of skaters like these long races. I can't quite figure it out. I guess they know their body type. Sprinters have a tough time with long distances, and long distances would have a tough time with sprint distances. Clara Hughes, I think of as somebody who would be, the illustrious Clara Hughes, very accomplished, did very well in long distances. She actually got stronger as the race went on. That's rare, but it was possible. And she showed it was possible. So let's talk about a couple more coaches. Bart Scouten. Now, Bart Scouten is a coach in the program, and he's been coaching the Canadian long track, been part of the Canadian long track team since 2010. He's from the Netherlands originally. He transitioned from skater to coach when he was a teenager, and he's coached in the U.S., and he's coached in Germany. He's coached at 6 different Olympics. He's helped a number of athletes to the podium, like Denny Morrison or Jad Blowman or Graham Fish or Jordan Belchos, Vincent DeHatra, Evany, London. He was Coach of the Year in 2017. I believe that was an accomplishment by Speed Skating Manitoba, or rather Speed Skating Canada. Okay, looks like we might have an overlap. Let's see if we can sort this out here. So it looks like Hayden Mayur has overtaken Jack Diebert. So this is how it can get a bit confusing. Look at you, almost you have 4 skaters. You got 8 people on the ice, 4 coaches and 4 skaters. So it can be a bit confusing. Hopefully you got a handle on the laps. $5,000-meter race, 12.5 laps around. It's not that common that you see the skaters all bunched together like that at this level, but it does happen. So I was talking about Bart Scouten, his illustrious coaching career on the national long track team. And I guess when he's not coaching, he has some hobbies. And he likes to fly fish, do woodworking, and some skiing. So if you see him, you can acknowledge the fact that he got a shout out. He's busy right now. But you can let him know somebody told you that he likes to fly fish or do woodworking or skiing. Skiing makes sense because there's mountains not that far from here. So it looks like Hayden Mayer is setting the pace. And he's got the bell lap. I would think these skaters are completely exhausted about now and are digging as deep as possible to get across to the finish line. And very close. So Hayden Mayer crosses the line at 6:34.86 for the 5th fastest time, and Oder 6:35.03. Chun Ho crossed the line at 6:31.33, and Jack Diebert for a season's best of 7:01.25. In the next quartet, in the first pairing, In the inside lane, from Korea, Pak Sun-yoon. And in the outer lane, from Alberta, Max Halleck. In the second pairing, in the inside lane, from Alberta, Joshua Hathaway. And in the outer lane, from Korea, Chung Yang-hoon.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
We have successfully got this quartet off and running. Pak Sun-yoon with an opener of 20.18. Max Halleck at 20.17. Joshua Hathaway at 21.06. And Chung Yoon-hun at 20.15. So Max Halleck and Joshua Hathaway are coached by Todd McClements. He'll be in the coach's box. It looks like Mike Ireland is assisting Todd, and that's what they do. The coaches do. They help each other out. I talked earlier about Mike Ireland. I think this is a good opportunity to talk a little bit more about him. But before I do that, I think maybe I'll talk a little bit about Todd McClements, because he's been coaching here since 2012, mostly middle and long distance male skaters. So Joshua Hathaway and Max Halleck are two of his skaters in his group. His family's been skating for 3 generations, so he comes by this sport honestly. He was actually once part of the Oval program. He's coached Callie Christ and Vincent DeHatra and even Shannon Rempel. And he's mentored skaters from Austria and China, Sweden, U.S. He has a hidden talent, so if you see him, tell him you know that his hidden talent, he's a good cook. He likes cooking. He also likes to write music as well. But come up and tell him the Sky Guy said that you're a good cook. Not many people know that. These times, the lap times are actually holding quite well in this group. Remember, Jad Blowman at the age of 36 was holding lap times under 30 until the last 3 laps. Mike Ireland helping Todd out. I could talk about him for a long time because I've known him for 22 years. He was born in my hometown, or not my hometown, my home province, but in Winnipeg. He was a sprint, in his day, he was a sprinter, 500-meter, 1,000-meter specialist. I think he's gone to 4 Olympics. He had a bad injury in leading up to Vancouver, but got better and was able to compete. He held a world record for back in 2001 in the 1,000 meters during the World Cup. And Jeremy Witherspoon was skating at that time. And other than Jeremy, Mike Ireland is the most decorated Canadian at the World Cup level, next to Jeremy. So to say that Mike Ireland had an amazing career is an understatement. But it was because of Mike that I got introduced, well, I got exposed, if you will, or I got to see what speed skating looked like at a very high level. And I'm going to tell that story shortly. Maybe in the next race. "3,400 meters into the race. Here's the first grouping. Pak and Halleck. 3 more laps to go. Two Canadians on the ice, 2 Koreans on the ice. 5,000 meter race, 12 and a half laps around. A real test of endurance. No question. So Joshua, or rather Max Halleck, has got the bell lap along with Pak Soon-Yoon. Here comes Halleck down the straightaway. Everything he's got held in his lap time or in there on the 32 or under range. The tip of his skate crosses the line at 6:43.19. And Pak crosses the line at 6:47.28. Here comes Hathaway. Everything he's got crossing the line at a time of 6:40.21. And then Chun Yang-hun crosses the line at 6:46.74. We now move to the 5th quartet in the inside lane from Korea, Cha Oi-Roon. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Matthew Laxton. In the second pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from British Columbia, Eric Orlowski. And in the outer lane from Korea, Yang Ho Jun.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Cha's opening 200 meters is 20.01. Laxton at just over 20 seconds. Orlowski 20.69 and Yang 20.66. So Matthew Laxton and Eric Orlowski are coached by Todd McClements. And down the straightaway in the coach's box is Mike Ireland that's assisting him. Oh, so I'll tell you the story about Mike. So in 2001, and I've told this story before, so if you've heard it, just hang on to every word like you've heard it for the first time. So my then girlfriend, now wife, Gail Johnston, was involved in speed skating as the Speed Skating Manitoba executive director. So I basically married into speed skating. And after Mike Ireland won a gold medal at the World Cup and set a world record, they had a Mike Ireland Day in Winnipeg in 2001, shortly after he broke the record. So he had an opportunity in the schedule to come to Winnipeg and have a Mike Ireland Day. And it was my first introduction to the sport of speed skating. So Mike came out to the outdoor oval. And it was very cold that night. It was about 30 below. He put his bare feet in his skates. I thought that was a bit odd. Had a skin suit on and a windbreaker. And about 35 of us, mostly kids, went out. And he went and skated a full lap around just to warm up. And I thought, well, that's really no big deal. The guy looked incredibly, in good, incredible shape, but, fine. So he does a lap. And then he turns it up. And as he rounds the first corner and comes out of it, down the straightaway, on the backstretch, it was poetry in motion. It was the moment I fell in love with speed skating. It was so beautiful. Because Mike Ireland had, not only was he a physical specimen and genetically disposed to be a speed skater, his technique was beautiful. And he went down the backstretch at a speed of around, probably, I guess now it's in kilometers, so 65 kilometers an hour, 64, about 31, 2, 3 miles an hour. And when I saw that live, I knew speed skating was a very special sport. That was my introduction to it. And then I got to see the World Cup races here in Calgary, in which he competed, and coached by his brother at that time, Sean Ireland, who's part of the university here on staff at the Oval. And then it turned out we became sponsors when I owned my own business, so we became sponsors of Mike Ireland. So we helped him out financially, probably towards the end of his career. Just a genuinely nice man, very smart, in incredible shape today. Not even his speed skaters can keep up to him on the bike. So that's my story of Mike Ireland and how he played a role in connecting me to speed skating through my then girlfriend, now wife, and now I'm a speed skating dad, doing some volunteer work called the Sky Guy with other dads like Tarek Edelman, Mike Dallaire, Andrew Cross, Mark Poulin, Blair Toblin, just to name a few that chip in and help out. 5,000 meters, 12 and a half laps around a 400-meter track. How to get a good night's rest. Skate 5,000 meters. That'll put you to sleep early. While Mike Ireland may have been predisposed to be a speed skater, I, on the other hand, am genetically disposed to be maybe like a lawn bowler. Or maybe pickleball. And I got introduced to disc golf yesterday at Baker's Field or Baker's Park yesterday in Calgary. That was kind of fun. Okay, here we go. The first to cross the line is Chahu Roon. He crossed the line at a time of 6:47.25. 6:47.25 for Cha. Here comes Matthew Laxton. everything he's got. He'll cross the line at a time of 7:02.12. Cha gets a personal best at 6:47.25. And Matthew Laxton with a season's best, and Eric Orlowski with a season's best, 6:52.11, and Yang Ho John at 6:59.91 for a season's best as well. We move to the next quartet. In the first pairing of this quartet from Korea, in the inside lane, Hong Jin-min. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Daniel Pauly. In the inside lane, from Alberta, in the second pairing of this quartet, Daniel Hall. And from Korea, in the outer lane, Ko Bien-woo.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, here we go. Han Jin-min, 20.67. Pauly, 20.07. That's for the first 200 meters. Hall, 20.36. And Wook. Make sure I get the pronunciation correctly. Okay, so that's the proper pronunciation for the second pairing Korean is Ko Pyeng-wook. Ko Pyeng-wook. Proper pronunciation for the Korean in the first pairing is Hong Jin-min. So I was talking a lot about Mike Ireland, but it's hard to talk about Mike and not mention other members of his family. Sean Ireland, for example, who is a retired Canadian speed skater. He competed in the 1992 Olympics. So he was a formidable skater himself, and the 1994 Olympics, and he was a sprinter as well, specializing in the 500 and 1,000 meters. Back in 2001, he was living in Winnipeg. Even though he was born in Ontario, and most of his early life was Winnipeg, and he trained with Katrina LeMay Doan and Jeremy Witherspoon and his brother. And his father, Bob, and his mom, Darla, the sweetest people I've ever met. And Bob was an international starter and still has speed skating in his blood. I don't think it ever leaves you once you connect to the sport, generally through your children. And in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Bob and Darla were watching the speed skating right now. So if you are Bob and Darla, you've made an indelible impact on the sport through your volunteering and also the creating two sons who remain in the sport. Tough to leave. So that's the Ireland story. And that's my connection to it. I imagine I'll tell that story over the years. I have another Mike Ireland story in a moment. So we're in the sixth quartet of 12 quartets. This is the 5,000 meter men's race. This is the 2022 Fall Classic. Long track speed skating competition The Fall Classic is one of 4 meets bunched together, creating the Olympic Oval Classic Series, accumulation of points. It involves the Summer Classic, the Fall Classic, which we're watching right now. It's also includes Oktoberfest, which is 1 month from now, and the Winter Classic. So Daniel Pauly, for some reason that I'm sure I'll learn about, is no longer skating in this race. I'll get some intel here in a moment. But you're looking at the second pairing of the 6th quartet. Now you're looking at the solo skater, Hong Jin Min, the lone Korean now. And there you see on the screen Daniel Hall and Ko Pien Wook. Not sure what happened to Daniel Pauly. $5,000-meter race. 12 and 1/2 laps. 12 and 1. And you know what? There's another race in terms of distance beyond this. That's called 10,000. That's 25 laps. It's just crazy. But it's exciting to watch. If you get 2 skaters playing cat and mouse out there, it could be a very exciting race to watch. So that's the bell lap. I don't know if you could hear that in the webcast. I think you can. We can certainly hear it here. So Hong Jin Min is coming down the stretch, going to cross the line. Let's find out how he does with a time of 6:58.20. Followed by Daniel Hall at 6:48.88. And Ko Pyong Wook, a time of 6:49.24. We now move to the 7th quartet in the first pairing. In the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Luca Veeman. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Emil Hodzak-Santer. In the second pairing from Saskatchewan, starting in the inside lane, Bon Lo. And in the outer lane from Korea, Moon Hyung-woon.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Good clean starts in this quartet. Veeman's opening 200, 21.4. Hodzak-Santer, 21.38. Veeman will be coached by Tim Comfort. Probably Bond Low as well. Two Saskatchewan skaters, one Ontario, one Korean. 3 Canadians, 1 Korean. I had a good chat with the Norwegian skaters earlier today. Everybody in Norway is asleep right now. And since there's no Norwegian skating right about now, they're not up watching, or it's doubtful. I'll talk more about the Norwegians tomorrow because they're mostly focused on the shorter distances or middle distances, but they love the shorter ones mostly. 500 and 1,000. I think there's 5 skaters here from Norway. Moon Hyung-un. Moon Hyung-un. Moon Hyung-un from Korea is how you pronounce that name. In the second pairing of this quartet. Luca Veeman won third in the Canadian Junior Overall Championships back in March. Impressive. Max Poulin and Jalen Doan took the gold and silver. Very impressive. Is having a very good career. Emil Hodzak-Santer is coached by Todd Clements. Yeah, so it looks like Todd is out there coaching Emil Hodzak-Santer, and I'd say one of them's coaching Luca Veeman. Mike Ireland, that is, and Tim Comfort's there, probably coaching either Bond Low or Luca Veeman. And again, I don't know the Korean coach. Well, let's have a look. Let's see who Tim is holding up the lap counter for. Yeah, it looks like Tim is coaching Luca Veeman. And then Todd coaching Emil and Mike Ireland coaching Bond Low. I was hoping to get a skater or two in here for an interview. So far I've been unsuccessful. And I may not get one, but that's fine. It's just me and you on the webcast and inside the oval. Luca Veeman, Emil Alexander in pairing number 1 in this 7th quartet. We'll have one more quartet and then we'll do an ice resurfacing. Bon Lo and Moon Young Woo will is the second pairing in this quartet. I'm looking at the lap times for all these skaters and for their level of the development, where they're at in their careers. I'd say that they're holding their lap times quite nicely. What I mean by that is we're not having a skater skate 31 second laps, and all of a sudden they're learning at 34, 35. They're edging up gently. These kids are in good shape. These kids are doing a great job. So we've got the bell lap for Veeman and Hodzak Santer. Here comes Emil. And he's going to cross the line at 7 minutes, 0.57 seconds. And Veeman at 7:06.06. Moon crosses the line at 6:47.97 and Bon Lo at 6:53. In the 8th pairing, the final pairing before we have an ice resurfacing, in the 8th quartet, in the first pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from Alberta, Jalen Doan. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Keegan Waddington. In the second pairing of this quartet, in the inside lane from Manitoba, Adam Buchwald. And in the outer lane from Korea, Oh Yun Min.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Jalen Doan opening 200 meters, 21.71. Keegan Waddington, 20.81. Adam Buchwald, 19.87. And Oh Hyung Min at 19.53. Now that they get their opening 200 meters out of the way, let's settle in and watch them settle in. Their remaining seven laps. Sorry, 12 laps. So Jalen Doan was second in the overall junior championships, so he's had a very good career. This all happened back in March. We got Adam Buchwald from Manitoba and Oh Hyung Min from Korea. Looking at the coaching lineup, so Todd would be coaching or probably helping out here, actually. We got Todd McClements, Coach Moritz for Adam Buchwald, Will Dutton, and then, of course, the Korean. The first pair of skaters will have the white and red armband on. So in the screen, you see Keegan Waddington. Looks like he's got a solid lead over Jalen Doan. Ho Ying Min wearing the blue armband. Adam Buchwald wearing the yellow armband. Adam, I've gotten to know over the years. I know the family well. A big shout out to Tracy Leipzig, Adam's mom, and Richard Buchwald, the dad, good friends of mine, and grandpa, I guess, or Papa, or Michael Leipzig, Adam's grandfather, is watching. His grandson race a grueling 5,000 meters, 12 and a half laps around. I just break a sweat watching these skaters. I could only imagine the nerves you might have or the anxiety as a parent or a grandparent watching your son, or for any parent or grandparent for that matter. You want the best for them. But in talking with Adam, he loves the long distances. He loves short track, very good at it. Loves the long distances. I think genetically he's built more for the long distances than he is as a sprint, and he would be the first to admit that. So I'm not out of turn saying that. And loves to speed skate and is a tremendous part of our speed skating community in Manitoba. That's Adam Buchwald. I know a little bit about him, and because I'm from there. Whereas I know nothing about Ho Yang Min because I'm not Korean and would love to talk about him as well. But he's part of a contingent that came in from Korea that's been here for several months. And like the Norwegians, when I talked to them, they were here for 6 weeks. By spending a lot of time here, they're making progress. And so you could say that they had a head start on a lot of skaters in the season. But this meet is a meet that's part of a building block over an entire season. So it's really a training meet more than anything. I haven't met any coach or any athlete that has tapered into this meet. Tapered meaning resting in a timely way, so when you get to the start line, you're just raring to go physically, mentally. Most of the skaters are part of a training program. When they get here, they're somewhat tired. As one coach said to me, I didn't want to empty their tank completely before the meet, but I gave them at least half a tank of fuel. So that's why you're not going to see a lot of personal bests at the higher end or the more developed skaters. So if you're wondering why that's the case, that's the case. Now, Oktoberfest, a month from now, and in November, and certainly when they start hitting towards, their more important meets, you would expect the times now then to get lower, or something's amiss, either the training or the technique, but that's between the coach and the skater to figure out. So the times to look at are really the lap times, not the actual overall time. So we've got a bell lap here for what appears to be Kagan Waddington of the first group and Ho Young Min in the second group. So crossing the line virtually at the same time is two different skaters from two different groups or pairings, which is interesting. Ho Ying Min crossed the line at 6:51.38. And I don't have all the other times right now. Here comes Jalen Doan. So we must be having some technical difficulty. We'll get those times for you. So we have the skaters crossing the line. We don't have the times. We will get them. That is the 8th quartet before we do an ice resurfacing. So we're going to do that now. It's 3:25 Calgary time, something 25 wherever you are other than Calgary. And we're going to come back on at this point in 15 minutes at 3:40, unless I hear differently. So we'll see you in 15 minutes. The times in the last quartet I want to share with you. In the first... I'll get back to you on the times. We're just doing a double check on them. Just had some technical difficulty, but I want to make sure that you know what the times are. We have 4 more quartets. 5 more quartets. Now let me take that back. 4 more quartets and 2 pairings. Okay, so to verify. In the 8th quartet, the final quartet before the ice resurfacing, in the first pairing we had Jalen Doan and Keegan Waddington. Jalen Doan unfortunately was disqualified for kicking a puck, and Keegan Waddington completed the race at a 7:08.64 times, 7:08.64. Adam Buchwald and Ho Ying Min were in the second pairing. Adam Buchwald at a time of 7:14.79, 7:14.79. And Oh Hyung Min, 6:51.38. So you know the times now for that quartet. So we have 4 more quartets in the 5,000 meters, and we have 2 pairings for a 3,000 meter race. And that rounds out today's races. We're going to start in 3 minutes at 3:40. Sure is awful quiet in here when I'm not talking, or there's no music. So we're at the 2-minute warning.
2 minutes to race.
And so I'm going to introduce the first quartet, and then I'm going to turn it over to the starters for when they're ready to go. We'll get the webcast going here in a moment. So this is the 9th quartet. In the first pairing of this quartet, in the inside lane, from Korea, Pak Jun-hyung. And in the outer lane, from Saskatchewan, Fergus English. In the second pairing of this quartet, the inside lane, from British Columbia, Matthew Mitchell. And in the outer lane, from Manitoba, Ian McPeak. Over to the starters when they're ready.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Pak Yoon-hyung, 20.58 for 200 meters. Fergus English, 22.03. Opening 200 meters for Matthew Mitchell, 21.85. And for Ian McPeak from Manitoba, 21.1. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 4 more quartets to go in the 5,000 meter men's. The opening 200 meters as out of the way, and now they settle in for their 12-lap race. 12 and a half laps in total. Pak Yoon-hung and Fergus English in the first pairing of this quartet. Matthew Mitchell and Ian McPeak in the second pairing. Okay, one more Mike Ireland story. When I owned my own business back in the early 2000s, we decided to sponsor Mike Ireland. And Mike was a featured athlete at a special Olympic dinner where everybody had a special athlete at their table, and he was it. World champion at our table. I was at a table with a bunch of friends, but what my friends didn't know is I was going to hit them up for a bunch of money to sponsor. And before the evening unfolded and they started to spend a bunch of money and drink a lot of Kool-Aid, I grabbed them and grabbed Mike and went outside and I said, we're going to help this man. And we gave him a bunch of money. And that's how I involved my friends. I just used leverage in the moment. And anyway, so we had a very successful sponsorship of an amateur athlete named Mike Ireland. And since this sport doesn't have a lot of money and the athletes don't have a lot of money, every dollar goes a long way. So you could say that we've had a connection to Mike for a lot of years, and it was gratifying to see him inducted into the Manitoba Sports Hall of Fame, as he should be. So back to the race at hand here, live at the Calgary Oval in Calgary, Alberta. The Fall Classic, which is one of 4 meets to make up the Olympic Oval Classic Series. A 4-meet total where athletes accumulate points for bragging rights and awards. And even at the events, the winners get an acknowledgement through a prize as well. Right now, we're not connecting them to a podium, but Dustin Miller is connecting the oval event, the event itself, to the athlete that win their events. Right now, it's just the 1,500 meters for both the men and women, but we still have the 500 and 1,000 to race tomorrow. So it's really the best of those times, of those 2 races. So Pak Yoon-hung and Fergus English are the first pairing, Matthew Mitchell and Ian McPeak. Let's have a look at the lap times. They're important. You can sit down and mathematically calculate through your lap times what your outcome is going to be. But then it all depends on your level of development after that. How fit you are, how great your technique is. Basically, Jad Blowman and Graham Fish and Connor Howe and the Korean, really in the first couple pairings, they really showed how it's done. They've been doing it for a number of years. This is also a sport that really the skaters, with the exception of a few, you really get better as you get older. Peak years are well into the late 20s and early 30s. What we're watching is mostly teenagers, kids in their early 20s for the most part. "12 and 1/2 laps, 5,000 meters. It's a 400-meter race. We got a number of skaters bunched up. So Pak Yoon-hung is really setting the pace. There's Ian McPeak and Fergus English. I think if you can keep your pace, your lap pace in the low 30s, you're going to give yourself a very respectable time for the first meet of the season. Park Yoon Hung has got a bell lap. Pak Jun Hung. Hyung, I guess, is the proper pronunciation. He's going to cross the line first. Okay. Pak crosses the line and does so with a personal best of 6:44.84. Congratulations, Pak. Pak Junyoung. And now we'll have the rest of the skaters. Matthew Mitchell has his bell lap. And down the straightaway we go. Here comes Ian McPeak in Fergus English. Ian McPeak crosses the line at 7:02.04. He'll be happy with that. That's a personal best. I don't have Fergus English time, but I will. And here comes Matthew Mitchell. And he's finishing this grueling race at a time of 7:27.98 for a season's best. So Pak and McPeak, personal bests. Mitchell, season's best. And Fergus English will circle back with you with their time. We now move to the next quartet. The 10th in the inside lane from Ontario, Connor Waters. In the outer lane of this pairing, from Saskatchewan, Oscar Stack-Mikashu. In the second pairing of this quartet, in the inside lane from Alberta, Yang Kung Zhao. And in the outer lane from Korea, Yu Dong-hoon.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Connor Waters opening time 22 seconds. Stack-Makashu 21.66. Yang Kun Zhao at 20.38. And Yu Dong-hoon at 21. Now we keep track of the lap times. So I talked about the referees earlier today. Chief referee Rona Hathaway, assisted by Dave Thompson, Bruce Thorpe, Werner Meyer. You know, the question is, what are the referees refereeing? So if you aren't aware about in the sport of speed skating, they are out in the ice surface and they are looking for a number of things. They are looking for the skaters to stay within their lanes. They're looking for clean exits out of the corners. They're looking for clean finishes. They have views of the corners in case there's crashes. They watch the crossovers, the corner exits, making sure the outer has the right of way. They might even listen to the coach's communication. Again, equipment, rather correct lane changes. And they also monitor equipment. The armbands, you got to have the right armbands on. You got to have the right protection on. If you don't have ankle protection, the proper ankle protection or protection at all, then you can't race or you get disqualified if you do race. So they strategically locate themselves around the oval. They blend in. And that's what they do. They make sure everything's fair and square. So it's just the racer and the ice surface and their potential. So that's what referees do. I guess you call them corner 1, corner 2, or curve 1, curve 2. Curve 1 would be at the north end of the oval, and curve 2 or corner 2 would be at the south end. There is lots of competitions throughout the year. Next month in Calgary. And they're all happening all over the world now. But in Calgary, the time trials, I think, is on October 8th. And then we have Oktoberfest, which is part of the Olympic Oval Classic Series. And that is basically 1 month from this weekend. That's for events that are held in Calgary. I'll share once I have my list in front of me, I'll share with you the list of events that will be happening in Quebec. I know that in October, the national team will be competing for their times to get a place on the World Cup teams. There are four World Cup events. I see Yankun Zhao is coached by Mike Ireland, Todd McClements. I'm just looking to who coaches Oscar Stack Makashu. That would probably be Tim Comfort. And it looks like Phil Riopel's helping out probably for Connor Waters. So every skater has a coach out there. You can see the facial expression by Oscar Stack Makashu. Makashu probably says it all coming out of that curve number 2. the expression on his face, just how grueling that is. So we got bell laps all around. They're heading home, the final stretch. Yu Dong-hoon is going to cross the line first with a season's best of 7:12.74. Oscar Stack Mikishu, 7:34.56. Yang Kun Zhao at 7:19.8 with a season's best. And Connor Waters will get a personal best at 7:50.24.
Skaters.
And another ping pong ball goes into the sphere. Let's fill it up. Moving to the next quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from Saskatchewan, Chris Veeman. In the outer lane from Manitoba, Ben Rutledge. In the second pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from Alberta, Braden Kremenek. And from Korea in the outer lane, Ko Un-yil.
Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Chris Veeman's opening 200 meters is 22.98. Ben Rutledge, 21.27. Kremenek's is 23.5. And Ko is in at 22.3. So after the 200 meters, there's only 12 laps to go. God bless them. Chris Veeman is the father of Luca Veeman from Saskatoon. He's a lawyer, 49 years old, competing with these young kids out here. You have nothing but respect for the guy. Staying in shape, trying to better himself. And must be kind of cool for his son to see his dad out there. And it's not the first time we see fathers or mothers. Mostly I've seen basically fathers, not mothers, but I'm sure there are or have been. I've been only at this for a few years. But Chris Veeman, lawyer from Saskatoon out there, on the pairing with Ben Rutledge from Manitoba. And talking with Chris before the race, he said he would be happy if he did an 8-minute race. So his personal best is 8:03. He thinks it's doable. Let's cheer him on. Go, Chris, go. So back in March, the Canadian Junior Championships were held right here in Calgary. They were actually to be held in Quebec, but COVID changed that. It was Quebec during Christmas and New Year's. And so no team was selected and no team went overseas to participate in the World Junior Championship. but that looks like it's going to be different this year. But it's going to be interesting to follow the skaters that did make up the two teams, 4 male and 4 female. I just wanted to share with you those names. I mentioned earlier that Max Poulin won the overall for the Canadian Junior Championship, followed by Jalen Doan, then Luca Veeman, and Antoine Amal. On the female side, on the women's side, Laura Hall, who's now a neo-senior, took the gold. Sophia Bieber took the silver. Second overall, just edging out, I think it was Ariane Fournier. And then Allison Lalonde was the 4th. So there are 4. So they have to start over again and try and compete for the juniors. 4 girls, 4 boys, and head over. I think it's in Insel, Germany this year. I have to stand to be corrected. But it's going to be interesting to watch these 4 skaters. So I mentioned about Shannon Rempel earlier. When she was 18, she won the gold for the junior overall. And then you look back at her career, and she had a fantastic career. And now she's a coach, sharing her wisdom and perspective to these other skaters. That's generally what happens. They don't leave the sport. They stay in the sport. These coaches are very astute, very smart, and they'll look at the footage of these skaters and they'll help them out with their technique. They know exactly what they're doing right and exactly what they're doing wrong. But when you watch the likes of Isabel Weideman or an Evanie Blondin or a Jad Blowman or a Graham Fish, you're watching, some of the best technical speed skaters in the world. A quiet upper body and then a very steady, powerful lower body and able to hold that technique through the entire race. So it'll be interesting to watch the Jalen Doans of the world and the Max Poulins, the Luca Veemans, the Antoine Amals out of Quebec. He's out of Quebec. Laura Hall, Sophia Bieber, Ariane Fournier, Allison Lalonde, they're out of Quebec. It'll be interesting to see how these kids' careers unfold. Obviously, they've got something, otherwise they wouldn't have qualified for an event like that. So good on them. $5,000 meters, 12 and a half laps. Ben Rutledge from Manitoba holding in a 37-second lap. And now is the bell lap. This will be a tough lap, but it's his last lap. Here's Phil Riopel encouraging Ben Rutledge, new to the Oval program from Manitoba, now at the University of Calgary, is digging deep and finishing up his 12 and a half lap race. For some reason, he likes this distance, as do other skaters. Not sure why. Tongue-in-cheek, of course. So he'll finish his race with a season's best of 7:31.53, about 6 seconds off his personal best. Crossing the line is Ko Un Yel, and that's a personal best of 7:24.17. 7:24.17. Here comes Chris. Is he going to make that 8-minute mark? Let's see how close he gets to it. Well, Chris, you're just over 8 minutes, 8:02.57. That's the downside. The upside is you've got a personal best. Chris Veeman, you get to put your name on a ping pong ball. Well done. Braden Kremenick will round out this quartet. Kremenick coming down the straightaway. He'll be happy when this is done. 12 and a half laps. And a personal best at 8:35.9. 8:35.9. He'll be happy with that. Every skater should be happy with a personal best. We now have the final quartet before we move into two pairings in the 3,000 meter men's. This first pairing of this quartet is the Battle of Alberta. In the inner lane from Alberta is Mitchell Wessling. And in the outer lane, Scott Anderson. In the next pairing, one skater in the inside lane from British Columbia, Cameron Thomas.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
So in terms of tomorrow, it's the third and final day, sadly. But the kids are going to go home with a lot of information about how they're progressing. It takes a lot of work to become a very good speed skater. It takes commitment. It takes being coachable. It takes a lot of practice. It's an imbalanced life if you want to do it well. It's not that easy to develop, and it takes, you might get some early success, and then you might end up plateauing for a while before you move up another notch, or I should say lower your times. It's hard. This race, or rather this meet, is very clear to me that is part of a larger building block. And if skaters are walking in here with an expectation they're going to get personal bests and they haven't skated here at all this year, that would be an incorrect way to look at things. Where others have been here for a while, will get lower times. That's just the way it is. But that's going to change because next month, all these skaters who skated here will more than likely get lower times going into when they compete, if they compete in Oktoberfest. And then the Can-Am, I think it's invitational in November. So we've got Mitchell Wessling from Alberta and Scott Anderson from Alberta, and then Cameron Thomas from British Columbia. There's been a lot of skaters today. You know, really quite a mixture of the 202 skaters. We've had right from people who are probably here for the first time to Olympians. I mean, Olympic medalists, current Olympic medalists, let alone just Olympians. So it's really fun to watch those at the top of their game to show everyone how it's done. And then to watch these kids with promising futures enjoy the passion of speed skating, the challenge of it. Like any sport, if you want to get good at it, you just simply have to work at it with a proper support system as well. That's important. So tomorrow, we're going to do the 500 meters and the 1,000 meters. I expect there'll be fewer skaters participating in tomorrow. And then the always challenging, always fun mass start for the men's and the women's. Two pairings after this in the 3,000 meter men's race. And this race that you're watching now will round out the 5,000 meters. It's quiet in the oval right now. There's a lot of young kids on the short track ice. I think they're just looking, it looks like a free skate. And then there's some hockey going on. It's amazing you can have so much activity on such a big building, a big ice, and you hardly notice the other activity. I guess because we're so immersed in what's going on the outside of these events. And if you've ever wondered how you get to the ice surfaces that are on the inside of the oval, you go underground. There's a tunnel. You go underground and then come up. You go underneath the ice surface, kind of like a bridge, I guess, under a highway, and then you come upstairs and you're into the ice surface area. For the World Cup events, they take everything down. So there is no short track rink and there is no hockey rink. Everything's taken down and all the athletes are in that area. So Scott Anderson crosses the line with a season's best of 7:45.57. Here comes Mitchell Westling. And Mitchell's time is a personal best. He'll be happy with that. 8 minutes, 12 seconds, and 78 100ths of a second. And one more lap for Cameron Thomas as the bell lap has gone on. Here comes Cameron Thomas. And he crosses the line at a time of 9:03:02. And that's the season's best for him. The fact that we're doing 3,000 meters now for 2 pairings means really nothing has to change in terms of the location of the starter, because you start the 3,000 and you start the 5,000 in the same location, which is in the southwest portion of the oval, or in the corner by curve number 2. I'm not sure if any time is needed. The first pairing unofficial, I'll introduce Jung-In Woo and
Resetting the
Zachary
timing
Edelman.
box.
They will.
Just resetting the timing box.
I'll introduce them in a moment once they hear a whistle from the starter. And then we're going to see Austin McGregor and Benjamin Konwicki. So 2 pairings only for the 3,000 meter men. I'm looking on the camera, on the screen, and seeing the skaters that are racing, getting ready. So that completes the 5,000 meters for the men's and the women's. All that's left is 2 pairings for the 3,000 meters. And that brings a wrap for the day. It's 4:18 in Calgary, mountain time. Looks like the skaters are heading to the start line. So let me introduce to you them now. 3,000 meter men's race in the first pairing in the inside lane from Korea, Jung-In Woo. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Zachary Edelman.
Go to the start.
The 3,000 meter men's race is 7.5 laps around. So once they get their 200 meters under their belt, which they just did, Jung in at 20.75 and Edelman in at 21.89, only 7 more laps to go. So in this race, you have Jung-In Woo. Obviously an older, more developed skater. Each skater's out here for different reasons. They're not paired up because of the times. Zachary Edelman from Lethbridge, from the Lethbridge Speed Skating Association, Lethbridge Club. That's a club, I'm told, that has about 19 skaters. That's really growing and blossoming. When the skaters come in from Lethbridge, they are under the guidance of Phil Riopel and Julie Wen is also a big part of the Lethbridge club. On the screen, you see Phil Riopel showing Zachary his split time. So it says 7.2. That really means 37.22. Zachary would only be, I believe, 15 years old, so he'd be in the first junior category. So after 4 meets, if he participates in all 4 meets, he'll have an accumulation of points in the Olympic Oval Classic Series. This is the second meet of the 4-meet series. It's not the only thing the skaters are skating for, but you've got competitions within competitions, and then you've got, you got that fun, to keep track of personal bests. There's this huge globe, this sphere globe on the front desk at the Oval. And when somebody gets a personal best, they're asked to write their name on it and put it inside the sphere. Hopefully we get, 2,000 personal bests this year. And then we'll do a draw at the end of the season. So, crossing the finish line first is Chun In Woo for a season's best of 4:03.34. And Zachary Edelman, 2,600 meters plus into his race. And here he comes down the straightaway, everything he's got. And he's going to cross the line at 4:36.7. And he'll be really happy with that because he will have bested his previous personal best by 5 seconds. Congratulations, Zachary. Personal best. Make sure you get your name on the ping pong ball. The final pairing of the day, the 3,000 meter men's in the inside lane from British Columbia, Austin McGregor. I'm looking for a second skater. It will be the Battle of British Columbia in the outside lane. Benjamin Conwicki.
Go to the start.
Rome wasn't built in a day. It's 4:25 in Calgary. The next day in Japan, Korea, Australia for sure. Now the next day probably in Austria as well. Not in other parts in Canada. And tomorrow we're going to do the 500 meter, the 1,000, and then the mass start. That'll be the third and final day. I hope you're having fun. I hope you're enjoying watching the webcast and watching those that are close to you, watching your sons, daughters, grandkids race, friends. If you've never been to the Calgary Olympic Oval, if you ever come to Calgary and you haven't been here, I suggest you come by and have a look. I think the biggest thing that surprises people is just how large it is. I think the speed skating venues, although only what I've read, and there are 39 of them, 39 permanent indoor oval structures in the world. Many are surprised how they're smaller in terms of the height of the roof and the width of the building and the length, other than, of course, what you need for the oval. But it's a grand building. You walk in and it really is an impressive facility. Austin McGregor and Benjamin Konwicki from British Columbia on the ice right now to finish up our day. A big shout out to Olivia Belsham and Kevin Dobek, our medics who are here from Can West. Well, they had nothing to do on the ice, and they actually have to watch every race intently in case something happens. So they're passively, well, let me reverse that. They're passively, actively working. Perhaps we'll see you two tomorrow. And the best part is we get to do this all over again tomorrow. Remember, it's National Coaches Week. Have you hugged your coach today? Figuratively and literally. You might want to tell him why you're hugging him first and then give him a hug. Otherwise, it'd be a little bit awkward. You'd have some explaining to do. You tell him the Sky Guy said that I should hug you. Sky Guy is telling you to hug your coach. Because they play an important part of one's life. Regardless of how far you go in the sport of speed skating, it's a finite career as an athlete simply because of time. And we get older. Yet, it really prepares you for life in general. That's what sport does. And what a great group of people in this sport. So with a burst of energy, down the straightaway, Austin McGregor clocks in a personal best of 449.63. And Konwicki right on his tail with a personal best of 450.61. Gentlemen, 2 PBs and a fist pump from Phil Rippol. Get those ping pongs in those sphere. Ladies and gentlemen, athletes, coaches, raving fans of the sport of speed skating, that's a wrap today. The Sky Guy says, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning. Oh, and before I leave, I do want to do some results. We're going to put them on the webcast. This is for the Olympic Oval Classic Series. I believe this is for, it might be the 1500. It's coming up. And I want to show you the results. And Dustin Miller, who's in charge of the team lead, his official title is team lead competition, is finding the athletes and awarding them their individual prize. We're not doing anything on the podium because it's hard to track down the athletes. Once they race, they generally warm down, and then they leave the building, kind of like Elvis leaves the building. Okay, so we have the winners for the 1500 men's and women's. And now this one is for the men's 5,000 and the 3,000. Now there are 4 age categories. So let's deal with the youngest first, Zachary Edelman. Zachary Edelman, this is for the 3,000. For Zachary Edelman, Daniel Hall will be for the 5,000, so he's the winner. Connor Howe for the 5,000, and Jad Blowman for the 5,000. So Ted will get a beautiful personalized water bottle to go alongside his gold and silver medals. So Ted, if you're happening to listening on the webcast, cherish the gift. We're acknowledging you as the Fall Classic champion in the 5,000 meters. So there you go. Jad Blowman, Connor Howe, Daniel Hall, and Zachary Edelman for the 3,000 meters. I'm going to sign off. You might see some results on here for a little bit more. Thank you for watching on the webcast. We'll check out the stats. Yesterday there was over 2,000 people watching throughout the day, and I'm hoping that is the same or more because we're working hard to give you an experience. Yes, the odd time we do get some technical difficulty, but we're ironing those things out. Good night, everybody, and we'll see you in the morning. Sky Guy out.